Recording in progress. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Preeti on behalf of Linux World. Today is day 5 of mastering your Jenkins with Vimal Daga sir. So I'm sure you all are having an exciting journey in learning this complete Jenkins CI/CD pipeline under Vimal Daga sir. There are certain other arrangements which we have done for you all, and that's the reason I'm here for this announcement. First and foremost thing is, from now onwards, we will have certain tasks for you all to be performed in Jenkins in terms of your revision of your concepts, probably whatever you're learning under Vimal Daga sir, practicing each and every concept which you're learning under him, which is very important and critical. So just for everybody's reference, we will soon be introducing the people who are under Vimal Daga sir's guidance, the team with Vimal Daga sir, who will be taking you through this journey by revising your concepts into Jenkins of whatever has been covered till now. Or if you have any query specific, they'll be handling it that as well, so that your journey of learning with Vimal sir is smoother and easier. This is the first announcement. Second is, I'm sure you all have the access for the learning portal, okay, wherein the sessions have been uploaded for just your revision purpose. This is, I am referring to two categories of people out here. One is my Earth 2.0 learners, and second is the learners who have enrolled under specialization in DevOps or only Jenkins as an individual training program. All of them have an access for your #13 learning portal access, wherein these sessions are just uploaded for your reference, so that you can go through the same in case if you have missed a session or you want to revise the session all throughout your week, or you're practicing and there are some concepts. But it's a humble request from our side to each one of y'all that please don't miss live sessions with Vimal Daga sir. Just because the sessions are available on the portal and we can do it whenever we want to, we generally don't do it. I'm sure, just look back in your inbox at how many other courses you have with yourself, which you just purchased but did never attend it, just because of this fact that you had the recorded available with you for your lifetime access. Yes, I'm sure you all have realized that we never go back to those sessions and read them, wherein your journey would have been much better. You could have been promoted, you could have got a better job, or you could have better knowledge if you would have done these sessions live with Vimal Daga sir. It's a humble request, only request I can make from my side, because everybody has their own individual lives, that please attend the sessions. We have just given it for a reference. We might withdraw the access at any point in time. So just don't rely on the access just for the revisions. Yeah, we tend to become lethargic on a weekend. We tend to give excuses like it's too hot, I'm not well. I agree. But learning will give you a pump in your life to become better. If you learn something in a day, that gives you an additional courage that yes, I utilized my 3 to 4 hours in the most effective manner in which I could have. Yeah. So again, it's a humble request from Linux World's team that please attend the sessions live and don't depend upon these recorded sessions, which we might withdraw the access at any point in time if we start seeing a participant not attending the session regularly. So yes, we do have a log list coming up. We are checking who are the learners who are regularly attending, who are not attending, and accordingly the certificates will be issued and will not be issued. Correct? That is it. Second, as I clearly mentioned, technical support for you all, so that you all can revise the concepts, the task and everything. So yeah, that is it. Today, it will be for 4 hours. Yes, every time the wait is for 4 hours, the session will be for 3.5, 4 hours. Today as well and tomorrow as well. The session will remain the same as the schedule goes. Okay, so let's do that activity for which I was here again. I'm sure you all have done that activity with me earlier as well. The activity is clearing your mind space so that we all are fresh. I understand you all would have just had your lunch, feeling drowsy or feeling sleepy. So quickly get up from your seats right now, wherever you are seated right now. I know I cannot see you all. I know whether you're following or you're not following, but I trust you all. I believe in you all, that you all are doing what I'm instructing you all to do right now. And that's for your benefit. Okay? So I would request you all to please stand up from your places. Okay? Just pat your back, your hands, move your legs, close your eyes, rub your hands, keep it on your eyes the way we do it for the kids so that you are fresher. Comparatively, sip a glass of water or a green tea or a coffee, whatever you feel like. Yeah, great. So I'm sure you all are feeling better. Back on your seats, upright, straight backs with your laptop, with your charger on, your pen, piece of paper, whatever, wherever you write. Yeah. And now I expect you all to do clearing your mind space, right? Whatever is going on in your mind right now. I want to go out for an evening. I want a date night. I want to take my family out. I want to speak to that friend whom I've not spoken to so long. I want to speak to my mother, my father, whatever is going on in your mind. Please pen it down on a piece of paper next to you. I'll be quiet for next 2 minutes. This is just for the ones who are joining in late, that we're doing a clearing your mind space activity wherein you park your thoughts in the corner for now so that your focus can increase. Great. I'm sure many of you all have already done it. Few of you would have been doing it. I'm just checking the Q&A and the chat. I'll be answering only those relevant questions which are with this respect. Ma'am, I have a question, which is that you all keep a log and that the self-reflection is not the only record. It depends upon program to program. What are we referring to, Abhinav? We never disclose it, because once we start disclosing the same, you start following the same. So we don't disclose what are we doing as a record for attendance. Is it log with what do you call the reflection, or it is only reflection, or is it only log? So you will soon come to know in the respective programs. Everything is different. When Grafana will start, Amit will soon intimate. Let first Jenkins get over, and then what do we have in box next is what we look for. How many days will we get the recording access? Gyanraj, for now, we are giving the access for 30, 60 days approximately. But if I see a participant not attending the live session at all and just dependent upon the recording, I'll be taking an individual decision. Yeah. How many sessions of left for Jenkins, Prashant? That only Vimal Daga sir can comment, because he never judges or he never concludes a program until unless he's satisfied that he's delivered everything for Jenkins for your benefit. So yes, ma'am, the sessions of Jenkins, I'm not able to find which were uploaded in the portal. Akshay, Ashay, I'm sorry for that. Check your portal. If for which program have you enrolled with us? If you have enrolled for specialization in DevOps, it is under that program name. If you have enrolled with us for only Jenkins, then you have Mastering Jenkins as the portal. Can we get the future planning course in advance so that I can plan accordingly the future course I can take? Ramesh, definitely we would love to share our calendar soon with you. But yeah, I'm sure in the pipeline we have Terraform coming up and some other programs as well. My pleasure, Ramesh. Thank you very much. Vimal sir is willing to keep all the weekends engaged, full of learning and full of experimental learning with whatever he has in his box over the last 20 years. We all should be blessed. We all should be thankful to Vimal Daga sir for sharing his knowledge to us in the best possible manner of whatever he had as his experience with so many organizations in last 20 years of his life. When will I get the access? I haven't got it. Nirali, for which program? If you're from Earth 1.0, this Jenkins sessions itself is a kind of a giveaway for you all to revise it. So you all don't get any recorded access. You all asked us. In fact, we thought that Earth 1.0 learners should revise Jenkins, and that's the reason we are permitting you all to attend this Jenkins live sessions. Is there anything else to be addressed? You all can just put it across. So we have the Jenkins session today and we have the session tomorrow as well. Okay, so please ensure that you all attend the session because Jenkins is something which is one of the most popular DevOps tool, and this can give you a great either a jump in your profile, a hike in your profile, a promotion, or even a DevOps role if your Jenkins concepts are very clear. So don't underestimate this tool, or don't just leave this tool ki weekend pe hai baad mein pad lenge kind of a thing. Is there any other question to be addressed? By the time Vimal sir joins in the session, I would request each one of you all to just go through whatever you have learned in the previous 4 sessions. Okay, just go through all of them by your notes or whatever you're making so that your concepts are clear. I understand because it's a weekend session, at times during the week, we become occupied with our own uh, office work or probably your college work or whatever. So did not get time to revise. So this is the right time. Please revise your concepts of whatever you have learned in last 4 sessions of Jenkins, so that it becomes easier for you to grasp today when Sir delivers. Yes, I agree, Pritesh. Calendar will definitely help you to plan, and we're trying our level best to come up with a final calendar as per the schedule here. Prashant, this 100% scholarship and RERAT exam, I would request you to ask me on a personal front because this is not the right platform to discuss about it. I'll definitely share my audio, which will clarify everything to you. Any RHCA track in pipeline, ma'am? Rahul, definitely we have an RHCA track. You can get in touch with me. In fact, very soon you will come to know something about that as well. But in case if you're looking for any help and guidance, you can drop me a DM. I'll be happy to help you for the RHCA, Red Hat Certified Architect track. At what time does the class start? The class has already started, Govardhan. I'm already in the, you are already in the session. I'm also in the session already. Earth students will be a part of the summer training or not. Vimal sir had already announced that Earth 2.0 has what you call full stack development using MERN as a part of it. And that's a part of the program. So you all will be a part of it. Yes, integrating with DevOps is an added benefit for Earth 2.0 learners, which will come along. Is there anything else anybody has? I'm expecting each one of you all to please go through and revise all the concepts. Okay, whatever has been done in the previous 4 sessions with Vimal Daga sir in Jenkins specifically, so that everything what Vimal sir talks today or presents or practical, you are able to recollect and grasp easily. Ma'am, how do you speak English fluently? Prashant, that's out of practice. Anybody and everybody can do it. Can you do something for the AWS global certification examinations? Asha, we don't have control over the certification cost. Yeah, but the trainings are going on. AWS CSA is going on, which will prepare you for that exam if you are a part of my AWS CSA program. My pleasure, Asha. Thanks a lot. I think I've answered all the questions. There's nothing which is pending from my side. So let me just check in case if Vimal sir is here. Ma'am, how can we clear our Jenkins related doubts encountered in the project? Yes, Kundan, that's what I was referring to, Kundan Kumari, that you will soon be introduced to 2 or 5 or 7 team members from Linux World and under Vimal Daga sir's guidance, who will be there to help you technically in whatever issues you are facing while doing a project, or understanding the concepts, or practically doing things which Vimal sir has taught. So soon we'll be introducing them into your WhatsApp groups, and you can then have a word with them and they'll be there to help you. That's a process. So, oh wow, glad. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kundan. Kumari, it's our pleasure to have them. Summer course month, when will it start? It is starting on 14th of June. Rajan, 14th of June is the batch start for summer, which has, it's just the name summer, but yeah, it's a normal program, which is having full stack using MERN, integrating with DevOps. You've just joined, Deepak. What to do? Nothing. Vimal sir is already here. He'll start the session. We just had some pre Q&A and some activities and everything. That's it. Thank you so much, each one of you all. Have a great day, great learning. Keep learning under Vimal Daga sir. Thank you so much, Vimal sir, for your valuable time to be here. Thanks. Thank you. Sorry, Vimal sir, just one question to be addressed. There's someone who's mentioned that, ma'am, I'm having a difficulty replicating the practicals Vimal sir is performing. Can I have a documentary? It's already there, Abhinav. All the documents are already there on your learning portal. Why don't you refer that? It will help you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Vimal sir. Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome back, and let's continue with the next part. So last class, guys, if you try to recollect, was very powerful class, right? I explain you even the last 2 classes, I can say, but in my last class explain you how we can create master slave model, and where slave will come on demand, or I can say dynamically, or dynamically my slave provision. And the interesting thing is they provision very quickly, right? Because behind the scene, the underlying infrastructure we used was container. Okay, so as the job run, and let's say I want to build something, maybe this may be Java applications, for example, and I want Maven. So just as soon as the job run, my agent start, or my slave, or I can say my worker node, whatever you say is same thing, start. That environment that is called Docker image already have the base operating system and respective tools pre-installed and pre-configured, like Git or Maven, right? And depend upon use case, what extra you want. So everything would be there, and that's all, right? And finally, you have your job done, and finally your environment terminated, right? And final artifact or the software or the package you will copy somewhere, or you archive somewhere where you want to archive. Okay, so that was the last practical, little bit longer, but it was, and it is actually one time setup, right? And if you have those setup ready, you can use those setup for your further use cases and further running your job. Okay, that's the one point, right? So today's, guys, we are going to start one of the most important topic of the Jenkins. And in the real world, I can say nowadays, to solve any use cases with the Jenkins, okay, or any of the team, if you work on or you will work, right? If you really want to utilize the power of Jenkins, this is the actual method we use. Okay, and that method is called pipeline as code. Pipeline as code, and that is also known as Jenkins pipeline. Jenkins pipeline. So this is the most important part of the Jenkins. Till date, whatever we have done, it was just to way to demonstrate and just to make you comfortable with the Jenkins and to make you aware that these are the different facilities available in the Jenkins. But now onward, after today's class, I might need one or two more classes in totality, right? So one class today or one or two, maybe two or total three class I need. Most of the time we will work on pipeline as a code, and I want to take this topic at the next level. Okay, and to work on the pipeline as a code, you need to know something about Groovy as a language, but maybe you don't know the language, right? So I will first explain you very quickly about this language and we'll start working on it. Okay, so this is one topic we are going to start today. But before I start this topic, I want to show you some more basic thing about the Jenkins. Okay, and slowly those concepts will take you towards this particular topic. So the current plan, this is the plan. This is one of the topic we have planned, and I have planned for you in today's class. But it takes somewhere around one hour maybe to reach to this topic called pipeline as a code. That is the main topic, and we work always in the real world pipeline as a code only. Okay, what is this? How they work? When I start this topic today, you guys come to know, right? So let's do some basic thing and some more, I can say, interesting thing in the Jenkins. So let me very quickly jump to our Amazon console, because my Jenkins is running on the AWS cloud. Now it is your choice. You want to run Jenkins inside the AWS, inside your virtual machine, inside your Docker containers, or inside your Kubernetes, inside OpenShift. Jenkins is a one kind of software, is like a Java software. So wherever you have a Java support, maybe Windows or Mac, you can run the Jenkins. And after you run the Jenkins, you will get the exact Jenkins what we have launched here, right? So it will be no difference. So this is, guys, one of the instances we launched here. So I think I stopped my instance. So let me start my master node. Okay, master node. So after start, obviously my IP will change. I have to do some changes in my setting change somewhere in my configuration, because you have to keep somewhere your IP address of your master node. Okay. And let me do one more thing. Let me also bring one of my slave node. Again, the IP of slave node will change. Okay, but let me bring this particular slave node. Okay. So let's do one by step what exactly we want to do. So there's nothing so much technical, but this is a very core requirement to understand in the future topic called pipeline as a code. So point is, for example, let's say you have a project. Okay, project. And in the project, your requirement is first you have to download the code, let's say from some SCM tool. After download, you have to do something. Okay, this is one thing you do. Second thing, after download your code, okay, and after you do something, after you download code, let's say you first step would be you download the code. It's called pull, and after you download, you copy the code here and there. This is the first step you do. Okay, then after this, you might test your code or run your code. All right, or maybe to let's say this is pure HTML pages, the pure web pages or pure HTML pages. So you want to deploy this web pages on the web server. So you will configure the web server. Okay, so this is maybe the next step you do. And after you configure web server, you put your web pages somewhere in this web server. Okay, and the next step would be after web server starts, your web page copy in the respective folder. You have to normally check, test thing is working or not. Okay, then after I want to do some testing. So like this is the random steps I created here. Maybe in your case, you will first configure web server, then download the code, then test, or maybe you don't want to test, you want to do something else. It will be any of the steps you want to perform, right? Now in these steps, okay, let me give this steps, the step 1, step 2, step 3. Let me give this step a name that's called stages. So multiple stages we have in this project. Okay, final motto is my client, when they hit my web page, they can see my website. But before they hit, right, I want to do multiple stages. This is, let's say, this is a SCM stage. This is my web server, let's say, setup stage. This is, let's say, my test stage. Final test, I can say, because everything has been already tested. Finally, I want to check my website is working or not. There's a final test I want to do. So these are multiple different stages we have, A, B, and C. Okay, so according to guys, till knowledge, whatever knowledge we have in Jenkins, we can do all the stages or all the stages here, I can say, not the step, all the stages by running one job. We can create one job, and one job, inside one job, we can write the SCM stage also, we can write setup of web server stage also, or we can write testing stage or testing kind of thing also. Okay, so in one single job, thing can be right in one single job. But in the terms of EG management, okay, maybe this test kind of things is managed by my different team, and because it's managed by different team, okay, so I can say I'll say my test team or my respective team and say this part you will manage. You will manage your own job, I can say. Well, let's say you create a job number C, and entire handling of testing you will maintain inside your job. You will have separate job. Okay, even though when I go for security also, guys, I will show you, we can also make the security. We can create multiple accounts, and we'll say anybody who belongs to this team, they can only see this job or edit this job, something like this. Okay, so those kind of things also we can do. Maybe next class I will talk about how we can set the role-based security or user authentication and something like this, right, in my next class. Okay, but having a separate job particular team is very easy. If you can do so, it will help you in the terms of management, and plus adding some extra security on the top of this, so that anybody who wanted to do a setup for the testing, that particular team, let's say this team may be my quality assurance team. Okay, so this is their duty to manage this job, configure this job, and do some changes in this job. Similarly, we have a different team. The team may be my IT team or Linux admin teams, for example, or admin teams, for example, right? So they are the one, their duty is to set up this server. Okay, for this, they can also, sorry, they can also write a job that's called job number B. So their team will maintain this particular job. Okay, and similarly, we have a different team. Maybe I can say my developer teams, or better term would be, I can say, integration team. Why? Because what is integration? I explained you in my first day of my DevOps class. First day means the day before the Jenkins class, okay, where I open the basic knowledge of DevOps to everyone with AWS. There I explain you what exactly meaning of CI and CD. CI means continuous integration, and what I mean by integration means multiple teams work together of the developers. Very quickly, if I just try to recall or remind you, so we have one app. In this app, multiple developers team work. Let's say one of the developer named Tom and one of the developer called Eric is working in the same app. They are writing the code continuously. There's continuous development, and they are storing their data in their respective branch, and all the branch we are uploading into our centralized SEM system. So we have 3 branches there. The main branch, that is also known as master branch, sometimes known as main branch. Okay, and one branch, let's say, is branch of the Tom. There's a Tom B, Tom branch. One is Eric branch. Let's say Eric B is Eric branch. So whenever Tom B or Tom update and push some code to the SCM, one of my admin or my manager may be, the way I explained you in my first day. Even though guys, if you miss that class, it's highly recommend go to this class, because a lot of powerful demo I show you there with the help of AWS services like code pipeline or code deploy and code commit, something like this. Plus a lot of concepts I explained there. So if you miss this class, that class may be there in your learning portal. Go through it. It gives you lots of powerful information. So manager will go and check the code of the Tom B in the Tom branch, right? And if they feel the code is up to date, okay, and maybe accurate, and how manager can check. For this, we can create a separate job. Separate job. This job will pull only the data from this branch. Obviously, the Jenkins job I'm talking about. And this job will build this code, test this code, do the unit testing, whatever that you want to do. And after everything goes fine, it sends the message to the master, either mail or some other kind of a report, and this manager can see that everything is good and fine in this particular branch code. Okay, and then after this, manager will then merge this branch to the main branch. And why we want to merge? So typical and the normal standard in the market is anything that is there in the master and the main branch, we always get this code as a final code, and that is a final code we always deploy in our production system. Okay, so that is the reason, guys. Master and main branch is very sensitive and critical. We always merge the code in the main and the master branch only we feel that the merging would be successful, and that code that is we are going to store in this master branch is final. Because as soon as you store in things in the master branch, we have a lot of triggers in the Jenkins. So let's say we have one more job, let's say there's a final job, and this top job we have a trigger. As soon as a new thing come in the master branch, this job automatic trigger. We have multiple triggers. Some more triggers we have in Jenkins, I'll show you, but triggers you guys know. So this job will automatically get the code and deploy in the production. Okay, so we have to take a lot of decisions or as a decision making before we merge anything in the master branch. Okay, that is a reason mostly a lot of tests we always do on the sub branch or the feature branch. Okay, how to do same thing, no process. So I'll show you very quickly if you want how we can do those things in the sub branch. Okay, and then after this we will merge it. So, but in this entire process, what is going on here is okay. So code has been managed in different branches, and finally my manager and my multiple jobs work together and try to finally integrate my code in the main branch. And this process keep on going on. That is called continuous integrations. And in the continuous integration, we need a job. It's called Jenkins as a tool, or we need maybe build tools, testing tool, because before the testing, we have to do multiple things, depend what you want to do. Maybe sometimes you don't want to test, that will be your choice, but these are the build and test tool will be the very common tools we need here. But who will help them to merge? Who will check this code, build the code, update the manager and masters, right? Your CI tools, means continuous integration tool, and one of the example of CI tool is Jenkins. Okay, so I'm just trying to recall, guys, what we had done in my first day, even though that was I showed you with the practicals also, right? So that is one quick revision, right? So if I come back, so for this stage A, we have a different team. Maybe I can say the name called integration team. And guys, again, this is not the stage A, stage B, stage C, you go in the same order. In some company, in some project, stage B will run first, step A will run second. We have multiple more stages. Maybe that particular company project have a different team name. Okay, so these are not the actually by hard coded same name should be there and same responsibility every team has. So company to company, and maybe sometimes project to project, the team name may be different, their responsibility, job responsibility is different, but I'm just giving you very generalized name here to give you context and the concepts both. Okay. So that's what, guys. I'm just giving you some terminology here. So we have a project. In project, we divide this project into multiple, that's called stages, and every stage, okay, we can maintain by different job. Okay, so this stage may be maintained by job number A. Okay, but here all the job A, job B, and job C is independent. Okay, but if you run all the job together, how? Stages by stages. So you run first this stage, then you run this stage, then you run this stage. After you run all the three stages, or after you run all the jobs in this way, stages by stages, one after another, then only your final project will be ready to use. Okay, so this is called project finally. And get this process is known as pipeline. This is known as pipeline. What is pipeline as a code? That was the one topic we'll see in today's class, main topic, but this is called pipeline. So if you run one stage, after next stage, and after next stage, it is known as pipeline. Final motto is all the pipeline we connect. The final motto to run the pipeline is so that all the stage or stages we connect together in such a way, okay, so that my project will be whatever my final need would be fulfilled. Okay, so how many stages you need depend upon project to project, maybe one, sometimes hundreds. Okay, and that's the one small point. But in this case, there's one more vocabulary here. If you talk about the B perspective, if this B job run, so we can create some rules and say if this B job runs successfully, then only we will run the C job. Otherwise, if B job fail, I don't run this. I won't go to the next stage, because there is no meaning. If web server fail, how we can test my final web server? So I will stop there only. Similarly, I can say if the A job fail or pass, in both the case, I want to go to B. So this kind of rules also we can create. I can develop a requirement, because if I download my software, if I don't download my software, in none of the cases, setup my web server is not dependent. It's independent setup, right? So I can go to my stage number B. So these kind of rules, or I can say the conditions also we can get. Obviously, guys, conditions very important things here, because in the project there's multiple stages. Okay, sometimes let's say B is dependent on C, so I say if I won't run C till I'm B successful, but I can run B if the A fail or successful. In both the cases, I will run B. Okay, and sometimes the stage may be, right now this stage look like very serial or sequential, one after another, but there might be some possibility after A number stage run, then I will run B and let's say D together. The two stages I would like to do together. Okay, it is like a parallel. So maybe there might be some of the use cases where I want to do this thing. Maybe let's say A is the one stage where they download some data, but this data I want to transfer to one of my other team. I want to download from other team. Let's say this team may be my business intelligence team. They want to check some data inside, and this team may be my data storage team. They will maintain my further data in the centralized storage in my company. Okay, so there's also one of the plans where you can do in your pipeline. Okay, this is one thing. But one more vocabulary I want to give here. For the B perspective, after B job run, then only we run the C job. For the B perspective, C job is known as downstream jobs, or downstream project, I can say, or downstream stage, I can say. So this is called downstream job. Okay, and for B's perspective, B perspective, and the job that run before B and is called A, and A is the one who actually start the B. For the B perspective, with the B relative, who start B? A. So for the B, let me write here, C is the downstream job for the B, and A is the upstream job for the B. Okay, for example, if you talk about A perspective, A has one downstream job will be, A has no upstream job because nothing is before A. If you talk about C, nothing after C, so we have no downstream job for the C, but yeah, we have one upstream job of C is called B. Okay, so this is some terminology we normally use this term. So typically it is something like this, just to give you a reference. If you guys know about Red Hat Linux, is a one Linux operating system is a one project I can say. But this project code come from some open source community that's called Fedora. So in this community, whatever code Linux is called Fedora Linux has been developed by the community. So this code from this community go to Red Hat, and that code Red Hat will further test and finally give in their final ISO file or in the final enterprise software. So that team, Red Hat team will do some further changes, further testing, enhancing the code, and they use in this Linux. And then Red Hat also do one thing. Nowadays, there's some other issues come up, but now they used to do whatever the code finally been developed by Red Hat, they will again send to the open source community to everybody in the world with the name of CentOS Linux. Okay, so for the Red Hat Linux perspective, okay, this project initiated by the Fedora and their data, their code come from the Fedora project. So whatever new data come, new code come, or new software come in Fedora will come to Red Hat. But whatever the things been come in the Red Hat or Red Hat change something or build something or come with a new version, same thing will go to the different Linux openly to the market called CentOS Linux. Okay, so in this context, okay, CentOS is the downstream project for the Red Hat, and Fedora is the upstream project for the Red Hat, this one. So whoever started use upstream, where you go to next is called downstream. So this is normal vocabulary you can use in multiple places in this example also, but same thing in Jenkins also. So any stages, what is stage here? You can think every stage is almost equal to like a job. Okay, but job in the one job you can do everything. Okay, but good practice is to manage the job properly, the way I explained to you. All the integration part we manage a different job called job here. So all the SCM tool or integration part of the SCM tool we will put in one job. Let's go one stage. Second, all the web server setup will store the different job. It's a good way to plan. So my different team will handle properly. This team can have proper security, and in the job, nobody can edit this job. Nobody can see the data inside the job. Maybe we have some password in the job. So that will be their responsibility. So it will take a different stages. Okay. So here, every stages is like a job, and all the stages, all the job connect together. Okay, in this kind of pipeline, one after another. Okay, and for A say after I run my second job or my downstream job is B will run. B say after I run my downstream job is C will run. So this is one kind of vocabulary. Okay, so guys, this is some of the concept I'm giving you, and after knowing this concept, I'll show you something with practical. Then slowly we will move to this topic that is a very important topic. Okay, but for this topic only, I'm setting the context and the concept here. So let's see this demo very quickly in the Jenkins master. Port number 8080. So Jenkins is running. Fine. Only thing I am going to change will IP change. So I show you guys my last class. If the IP change, so some of the feature will not work. Okay, almost everything will work, but some of the feature will not work. So go to manage Jenkins. Okay, and go to, I believe somewhere here, global tool configurations, I believe, or maybe config setting, not here. Where we go back in the global settings. In global settings. Over here, you just update your new IP address. Okay, that's all. So this is one setting we have done, save and apply. Now, let me show you guys how we can create a pipeline. So for this, what I'm doing to very quickly demonstrate this, I am going to create job A as a freestyle job. Okay, just a normal job. And just for testing of our pipeline, I'm going to just do build, and I'm running some basic Linux command, and let's say echo hi job A. So that's all. Nothing very technical, simple Linux command I'm printing here. Okay, and I'm not binding this job to any of the uh, any of the labels. It means by default the job run in master mode. Okay, that's okay. Right now we have to test, so wherever run, it doesn't matter. Okay, so this job has been created. Similarly, guys, I'm going to create 2 more jobs to just try to simulate this kind of setup. Okay, so let's say I want to create 1 more job. Let's go job B. Okay, either you can get the project from scratch or the job is scratch, or there's one more way. There's an option called copy from. So let me, I would have to copy from job A. So all the data from job A automatically copy here. Okay, so there's a quickly way to create a new job or create a new clone of the job. And just we change something here. Save. Okay. Similarly, let me create 1 more job. So now we have 3 jobs the way I explained to you. Okay, and let me go from job A. So we have 3 jobs. Now what I want, now this job, you can think this job is like a stage. Every job is 1 stage, but every stage or a job is independent. Independent. So what I want after A job run, then they automatically start B. It means after A job run, it's called, after A complete, it's called post build. I want B to be start. So I go to A. Okay, and in the configuration of A, if you go to the post build action, okay, and here we have option called build other project. This option we have, that's all. Okay, and here we can type the job number, which stage you want to run after A run. Okay, or you can give multiple name. I want to run C also. So after A run, there's 2 job automatic starts. So it's like a parallel, the way I was explaining to you. So after A complete, B and C both will start parallel. Okay, but you want to start only one. Which one? Let's say B. Just give the name B. That's all. Okay, but when the B job run, so I can say rule, if A job run successfully, then only B start. Okay, so this is the rule we can create here. Trigger only if the build is stable. Means if this job runs successfully, then only B will run. Okay, even though I can write this also, trigger even if the build fail. Means the same case what I was talking about. In any of the case, either the fail or pass, I want B to be start. Or then some kind of scenario guys come up when sometimes build is unstable. So it's not fail, it's not pass, but it's like sometimes some scenario you will see in the future. So in this case also, I want B to be start. Okay, but let's say, let me go for this part. So I'm in the A job. After A job complete, successfully stable, then only we will start the B. Right, that's all. This is a way we can set up. Let me share this step here. Otherwise, before this, everything you know. Okay, so this is a way you can set up. So for the A, B is the downstream project, or for the B, A is the upstream project. Okay, so now in this page, nothing is visible, but if you go to B job, you will see some difference there. So in the B guys home page, you can see now they have upstream project for A. So this name automatically come up, because who will start B? A. So A is the upstream project for B. So yeah, A is the upstream job for the B perspective. Same thing I'm doing here in the B. In the B, I'll say the same post build. Post build. After B job run, then I would like to run job number C. Or maybe you want to run parallel also after this. That will be your choice. Okay, only after this table. Same. Okay, So if I go to my C, C, you can see the upstream for the C is B. That's all. Now in this case, now all the three jobs are independent. Now we have connect together, and now all the three jobs become a one pipeline. It means if I run my job number A, my job number, guys, is not yet run, right? See, but if I run my job number A, okay, after job A runs successfully, they automatically start job number B. And after B job runs successfully, they automatically start job number C. So for example, the job number A runs successfully, right? Successfully, right? Success, but they say this job trigger job B. And if you go to job number B, right? Job B. So this also guys run. Guys also they can see for the B, A is upstream and C is downstream. So B number job is automated run, but this job is actually run by upstream project, not run by me. I am the one who will start my first stage. But this job is run by, started by, or triggered by job number A. After the job runs successfully, then they trigger job number C. Okay, and now obviously you can go to job C, you will see the same kind of output over there. Now in this job, whatever you want to write, there will be your choice. And after this, there is no job. So you can think in this way. I can get multiple job. Job A is managed by my integration team. Job B is managed by Linux admin team. This job C is managed by QA team or maybe by same team. Every job we are writing lots of different setup, and we connect together and become a one pipeline. So when I want to set up my entire project, I run all the job one after another, and this is like called pipeline. And in this pipeline, entire setup or entire project will be deployed. But it's all your planning, what you want to do. That will be your planning. Okay, or maybe you can set up end to end. So as soon as the code add in the SCM by the developer, after this, till my project reach to, or my app reach to my production systems. Okay, till that we can create multiple stages into one single pipeline. Okay, so as soon as the code upload in my SCM, my code finally reached to production. That was one of the demo I show you in my first class, okay, or introduction class. So that would be a big pipeline that's called end-to-end pipeline also we can create. So it's so simple to do those things in the Jenkins. Okay, but guys, here if you see about the Jenkins, even though we can set a different security also, I'll show you in some time. Okay, this job only been seen by this team. This job is only been seen by or managed by, edit by only by QA team. Other guys can use it, run it, but nobody can edit and see the content. So all the things also you can do with the help of security in Jenkins. How we'll see. Okay, but right now in the Jenkins, you can see this in the dashboard. All the jobs will be listed here, and typically there's hundreds and thousands of jobs listed here in one Jenkins setup. Okay, listed here. So it doesn't look good in the terms of look and feel or in terms of management. So what can we do? Because we know all these three jobs is managed for one project. So we can manage this or organize this job A, job B, and job C in a different view. Okay, or different folder. Okay, what I mean by this? So if you see in the top, there's a folder called all. All we can think is like a folder that maintain all the jobs. Or I can say it's like a typically it is not a view that maintain all the jobs. Okay, but if you want to create a different way to organize or different folder or different view, there's a plus button here. And you can give, let's say this is my web project. Just give some name. You can think it's like folder name or view name, and I want my job to be listed in the list view format. What I mean by list view, you'll see in a minute. So there's a new view you can create here. Okay, you can create here. 1 minute. Now in this view, there's a lot of settings we can do, but simple setting is, okay, I want job A, job B, job C, all the jobs names come up here. Okay, all these three jobs to part of this view or this particular folder. Okay, and plus in this view, I want to see the description of the status, my job name, last successful, last failure, or maybe you delete, or maybe you can add some more columns. Let's say I want to see my Git branch name also. Okay, so that branch name also come up if they have. So how will it look like? Very simple. I click OK. Now see guys, in the all jobs come up, but you're interested in your project or in your view. So you just click here. Okay, now only these jobs will be visible here. Okay, and you have your own settings. For example, you have set your Git branch. I don't have any Git branch name here, but if job have, there's no name will come up. So this setup you can do. You can organize your own jobs. You can add more also, but typically better ways if the job is connected is a pipeline. So manage every pipeline in a separate view. So multiple view you can create. It is just a way to organize. Okay, this is one thing. But there's one more interesting way to organize the job or create a view. Okay, create a view. So for this, there's a way to create a visuals of the view. Okay, visuals makes the things very, very simple and clean. Okay, so there's a multiple different kind of visuals available that makes your pipeline kind of jobs or job that is connected to each other in a very fantastic look and feel they give you, where lots of things is very easy in terms of management. Okay, they give a kind of visuals or look and feel. For getting those visual, we have to install some plugins. And for installing the plugin, I have to go to manage Jenkins. I go to manage plugins, and there's a plugin available that's called build pipeline. Build pipeline. Okay, so it's one plugin. Okay, wherever you have upstream, downstream connected job that we have right now. So these plugins give you some extra benefits, plus they give you a lot of look and feel visuals. Okay, so I'll just select this guy or this plugin right now. This is called build plugin. So it did not plugin, build pipeline. Sorry, I've installed this pipeline and let me install. Okay, or let me download and install after restart. Okay, so what does this plugin do? It only gives you just a look and feel. That's all. Nothing specific. You should have the job with you. You have to all the settings in your job or stages you have to do. But after this, you have to you can use this plugin that's called build pipeline plugin to give a proper look and feel. Okay, so they're installing. After the plugin installed, just click this button. They will restart the Jenkins. Mostly plugins work after a restart. I'm waiting the Jenkins to be start. And one more small thing, Jenkins is a Java program. Normal Java program is heavy. So wherever system guys you are running Jenkins, okay, let me go and connect to the system. Okay. So where you are running the Jenkins, if that system don't have so much RAM available, so some of the time guys your Jenkins will fail. And some of the time Jenkins becomes very slow. For example, in my system, where Jenkins running, I can use this command. I have this much memory free. This is fine. Okay. But if you think some of the behavior Jenkins is not working fine, if you install some plugins, they're slow or they're not connected, they're not working fine. So chances would be you might have less memory. Okay, so just go and check also. Obviously, if they are running in 1 GB system, typically we run Jenkins normally in a bigger system, right? At least 8 GB RAM, for example. So you won't face this issue, but here you might face this issue sometime. Okay. So Jenkins installed, the plugin installed. Now what you will see after that plugin installed, I can again create one more view, but you will see one difference here. At this time, when I create a new view, you will see one more new option come up that was not there. Last time the list view or my view was there. Okay, my will also give you some kind of view look and feel. Okay, so build pipeline view come up. So let me say this is my web, well, let's say my build pipeline, or better, I obviously give a better name. Okay, and I create. Now, in this case, what you will see, okay, again, almost similar kind of options come up. You can set some kind of, you know, pipeline flow, upstream, downstream relationship that I have, and you have to give your initial job name, who is starting your upstream, downstream pipeline. So in our case, my first job name is called A. That obviously you should know who start your pipeline further. Give your initial job name. What it will create for you, I'll show you. So they will create one beautiful look and feel with some kind of card that's called build card. What is build card? You will see in some minute. Okay, and some other settings you can do. Okay, about look and feel. But let me show you very quickly. This is the different kind of color options come up. But if I click OK, okay, this kind of look and feel they grateful. That's all. So this look and feel, okay, is created by the build pipeline plugin. Okay, but it's possible because we have a job A, job B, and job C. We have created and connected together. That is the reason they created this kind of look and feel. Good thing is we can, from here we can manage multiple things. For example, here I can click on run, and from here only my job will start. Okay, so my job will start from here. So let me should run. Okay, so guys, actually they run because they are very fast, because the job is very fast, so they run. So even though from here also I can refresh. So job A is running. There's a button. Job A is running. Okay, after job A run, then B run, then B is here. B starts running. After B run, then C run. Okay, so it should run. Why is not showing you here? Then let's wait for some time. Or let me go to dashboard first, and in my job A, so last 21 seconds ago, right, it ran already. It's run actually right now, but they're not showing you there. It's not updating on the real time. Now I think it takes some time to update, or we have to refresh this page. But yeah, this is the one page you can see. Now from here they give you this screen. I can click on the console and get the output there all day. So all the common things, all things I can very quickly see here. I can rerun from this stage. There's option rerun. So only this particular stage I can run. Or to add more stages, there's also sometimes even on a step. I can also add the step from there. Means like a new job. So let's say this is job number D I want to create. So from here also we can create directly the jobs or the steps. Okay, so that can be also created same way. So my cell, let's say this is my eco job D. Okay, and I want this job to run. After the job, what do you want to run? But there's one more setting guys we can do here. I want this job D run after C. If you write post build, means after D, what you want to run? Where is options? So in post build, sorry. But the plan is I want this job run after C. Okay. So there's one more way to do this. If you want to run any job after D, we can do from post build. But if you want to do anything before D, like C job after C D run, for example. So there's a one way to do is in the build triggers. There's also called build after other project are built. Same kind of setting. It is like this setting is like for upstream. That setting is normally given by downstream. So in that project, we can do all the upstream downstream once in the go. So this job run after my job number C run. Again, when this table, all the things we can do exactly the same. This is also one of the way to do. It means I have created job D. A job D run only after job C run. So for the job D, C is what the upstream project. Okay, there's also one of the kind of trigger. So that's a lot of trigger we always discuss, guys. This trigger we discussed already. This trigger we discussed already, right? But this is also one of the trigger we have. Okay, so this is D. So it means if I go to job number C here, the automatic this step count. So after C, job T will start. So start this one, so they become a pipeline. So you can manage edit, delete. You can see the history, all the things. You can see this kind of history. You can see what time, how many job you run. So all the things you can see from here. So it's a cool plugin. Okay, they show you the stability, all the jobs you run is stable. You can again get the console of this particular. So we are into this view, and this is the details of this view, right? So this is a build pipeline plugin to give this look and feel. Okay, otherwise you can do some more look and feel change here. Just click on the manage, and not in manage, I can say. So when you click this, create this, while creating this build view, even though guys can see a view name from my views also. My views, so they should come here. This actually they give you all views, all come in the my view technically. But what I'm saying here is while creating this build project, you can do a lot of settings changes in this build pipeline. Okay, while configuring this, you can do a lot of changes. Okay, so you can change your layout if they support. You want restrict triggers, yes or no. You want to display how many built in a one single go. I said 3. Just you want to see the pipeline number, right? All things in the row header, in the column header. Want to see something, some build number in the column header. Okay, you want to refresh this frequency in every 3 seconds. If you have some extra look and feel, or your company personal theme, so look and feel. So you might have CSS file that give a look and feel. You can upload this file here. Okay, you can change the console output, right? So all the settings you can change here. Let's see here. This is the now 3 job together. Last 3 job they show you over here. Okay, so these settings you can go ahead and try and do by yourself. But technically, is a way to organize the not organize, is a way to give your visuals. I can also organize also your pipelines. But we have one more pipeline that is sometimes known better than build pipeline. I also want to introduce this pipeline to you. Again, this also one kind of visuals. Okay, but there's also again one kind of plugins come from plugins only. So I'll install that plugin to show you that one also. So if you go to available, and that plugin is known as delivery pipeline. This one. So in terms of visuals, delivery pipeline upstream down any jobs that give a better look and feel, better user interface. Okay, you can use build pipeline also, but this is also one of the pipeline. Almost the idea is same, but they give you mostly the better look and feel. Okay, so they download this pipeline, and after download, we will restart the Jenkins. Okay, so that these are not guys pipeline as a code, but this is a good way to organize and see a visuals. Plus, it is also a good way to practice, or can see your entire pipeline what is going on. Okay, the pipeline code is a different concept. Idea same, but we are going to get a pipeline in a different way. How, we'll see. So this is also one thing we have. One more plugin we have installed. Okay. By the meantime, this plugin installing, let me go to my other node. Maybe I might require some time today. My slave node. So today my slave node IP is this one. That is a Linux IP address. Last time IP was different. So master have no idea about the new IP. Obviously, in the real world, right? Your IP we always have to make the permanent. Or if it is dynamic provisioning, so they automatically get the IP. There's a different. There's a static or manual provisioning of the agent or the slave node. So you have to provide your new IP to the master if they change. So I'll update this new IP into my Jenkins master of the slave. Okay. So then my slave node will be connected. So let me do this setup very quickly first. Then we go for this delivery pipeline plugin. So I go to manage Jenkins, and here we have a manage node, and we have set up guys the Linux slave agent as a permanent one. So they are blinking, means they are trying to find out the slave, but they won't able to find, I believe. Let me check. So they're trying the older IPs. Okay. So what we have to do in this particular node, I have to configure, do some changes, and only thing that we have to change is my new IP address. That's all. Otherwise, using the password, I think it was the same, no change. Okay, and I want my this agent to be keep online as much as possible. Okay, means any job come in the future, I want to run my job in this particular agent. Obviously, if the scheduler is free, okay, or I can say the executor is free, right? So that is a sometimes better option. Okay, save. Now relaunch the agent. So they are trying to connect. Now they are connected successfully. It look like, yeah. So this is the agent we have. Is called Linux slave is my agent name, or my, I can say my slave name, right? So we might use somewhere in the today's class. So now come back to our same job, and let me create, guys, one more time, one more view, and this time you'll see one more name come up. This is called delivery pipeline view. Okay, pipeline view. So again, two name come up, but maybe you sometimes you can use this name also. But let me go for delivery pipeline view. Again, it's for visuals. Okay, for upstream and downstreams. So let me give the name my delivery pipeline. Okay, great. Almost same. A lot of options you will see here. Okay, a lot of options you have to set, look and feel. But the main option that we have to do here is called add the component, means which job you want to add to this pipeline. Add, and let's say your component name, maybe say my component name, just a name. Okay, but what is your initial job you want to start? So again, the A job. So automatically they figure out your remaining job as a connected, and they pull and use. Okay, so I'm going for by default settings. I'm not changing anything here. I'll show some of the changes, but this is a by default. I'm just setting one component. What is your initial and the first job in the pipeline? Okay, and let me say okay. I see here automate this pipeline created. Okay, so typically in the Jenkins world, this is a very common look and feel you will see in the Jenkins. All right, when you're in the jobs. Okay, so this is a very typical standard kind of pipeline you always see in the Jenkins, I can say. Okay, and there they pick some by default last three, I believe, last three jobs that you run. But here they only show you the job name. There's no button here. There's no click, refresh, start button we have here. Okay, in this particular delivery pipeline. By chance, they give you one more option here called full view full screen. This option they give you. So when I click on full view, they will give this kind of look and feel with the black theme. Again, there's no button here to do some changes, right? Only I can see my last job run, how much time it took to run this job, right? Almost like millisecond to run this job. But in this job, if you want to do some changes, okay. So for this, one minute, please. Manage Jenkins plugin. I have to see the option to edit. This should be here only. I think we change the place. Not here. So it was here only. Edit view, I believe. Yeah, edit view. Normally they have the top actually, but yeah, edit view is option over here. And here you can change how many number pipelines instance per pipeline. You want to see how much. For example, why would they see 4? You want to see last 5, you can change here. Okay, and you want to sort by something, sort by title, last activity, fail, sorting you can do here. Or you want they will give you a manual trigger button to start trigger. Okay, they show you some, if they have any kind of commit messages in GitHub, they want to see the commit messages. You want to enable start of new build pipeline. Okay, you want the job description also, if you add some description of the job to see more clarity. If any test results, you want to see the sort of test results also. So all these options you can set. Okay, and what this option will do, you can see the help. Okay, in avatar they will show you some people photograph and something like this. For this you can set some avatar plugins. Okay, so whoever the account, if they put their photograph, so that particular respective job photograph or avatar they will show you. So all those kind of settings, allow cancel buttons, enable rebuild buttons, all the things whatever you normally need, show the absolute date and time, all those settings you can do, add and change. Okay, now if you click OK, so these many options gonna come. Now we have some manual triggers, build. So from here also I can build my job. Last job was 5. Now the new job starts 6. This starts. You see the color. Green is done. This blue means they are running. Then they start C. Here C is running right now. They say the time here, or average time, and the D will run. Okay. Even though we have options to refresh this particular job also, rebuild this job. So any point in time you can rebuild from here. Okay, so these kind of settings and customization you can do by this particular way, right? So otherwise you guys just go and check yourself. A lot of changes you can try and you can do. Sometimes guys, I have a lot of jobs, and so the upstream also. For example, I want to show the upstream job also. Okay. For example, if we click OK, so they will show about the upstream job that is by default they're showing. So here they show you the name. Last time they weren't showing the name in the top, but then now they're showing you. Okay, and one more thing in this job, normally guys, if you want to pick a multiple job with a regular expression, you can give the regular expression also. I say all the job start with job star. Instead you say job A. So in the pipeline, if you want to see all the jobs start with job, then star means any name. So that is one of the reasons, guys. Most of the time we have 100 jobs, for example, running, or 50 jobs they're running. Okay, and I want all the job to be part of one view, or maybe they're not connected together. Okay, so if you give a proper job name, for example, a project will be web server for India. So web server have an India -A, web server -India -B, web server -India -C. So if you give a proper naming convention of the job, then using the regular expression source. So if you know anything about regex, obviously I'm not going to discuss about regex here, but if you know anything about regex, all the regex kind of syntax you can apply here. Okay, apply here. So for example, in this case, any job start with build and with project, in between there is something. Okay, so there will be capture here automatically. So those kind of settings also we can do. I'm not setting right now this option here. Okay, option. Okay, so that is the one more point. Otherwise, it's purely the way to organize and set the look and feel the way you want to set. Hit and trial multiple options. See the help, and you will see more clarity. So these are some plugins, guys. Build pipeline plugin, delivery pipeline plugins. Without pipeline plugins, also we can set the pipeline the way I started with upstream and downstream connections and connected. Okay, connected. And for example, let me take one more small example here. Nothing very technical, but let's say this is job number E, and let me copy this job from job number A, for example. So what I want, the job number E, if you run the build trigger, okay, will run after my B run. So after my B job run successfully, or maybe this is an example where I want if my B job fail, okay, then this job will run, even though they will run, okay. So it means B job now have two downstream. One is C that already configured, one B, but C is only run the B is stable, but this job number E only is run even though they failed. Okay, so those kind of setting is like a parallel setting we can do with multiple different rules, I can say. we create here. And this job, let's say this job, I am putting some data. So this is a job number E. So for job E, my job B is the upstream. But if you go to job B, for job B, the downstream is C and E. Okay. I don't know why they put B here. 1 minute. So I'm into job B, right? So job B. Yeah, that's all. And why they're showing you there that name. If I go to job E, upstream and downstream same. Why, right? Maybe it is already configured. Actually, it's configured here. So let me remove this. Okay, so I only said job E is run after job B run. Okay, even though the job B failed. That's what setting we have. And now if you see in the pipelines, let's say delivery pipeline, so they will look something like this. They look more interesting. It means if the B run, okay, after B run successfully, C and E both will run in parallel. But if B fail due to some reason, both the guys are running parallel. But if B fail, so for some reason, C won't run, but E will even though the B fail. Okay, so it is like a kind of parallel they are running. And multiple use case maybe. In both the cases, I want to send the mail to my manager that job is started. A C would be after my B create package, then only we can deploy. So it is something this kind of settings you can do. Okay, but anybody who know little bit about data structure, okay, we have a tree data structure, and the tree data structure there's a concept called directed, or I can say graph data structure is a better term. Okay, so there's a concept called directed graph. So this is the great example of directed acyclic graph. Okay, so again, this is not so much important for the Jenkins class, but anybody who know DSA, especially my Earth students, there we discuss about graph data structure in very detail, and we talk about directed acyclic graph. Okay, so acyclic means there is no cycle. We are going next. We are not going back. So acyclic. Okay, directed means we have a direction. We know with this direction we have to go. This direction we have to go. This direction we have to go. Okay, so this is the directed acyclic graph. So Jenkins pipelines is the real example of directed acyclic graph. Okay, just giving you as a reference, those in my Earth classes when I was talking about DSA, that I told you guys when I show you the Jenkins, that is the graph we're gonna create. Okay, so that is the guys one point. Now these are the guys fancy way, an easy way to organize and manage the things, right? But this is not the actual way in the real world we do. Now, this is a good example to understand the concept, understand the pipeline, understand the directions, okay, the rules, stages. Well, here guys, every job is like one stages. So these are the guys good examples, okay, or good way to illustrate the concepts. Okay, but how actually we do in the real world? In real world, guys, we use a concept called pipeline. This is a pipeline actually with the multiple stages. So it's a multi-stage pipeline. Okay, so in the real world, we use pipeline as a code. But before that, I want to tell you one more small thing. In this job, we can do whatever you want to do, right? In the job, right? You can do whatever you want to do. Right now, I'm just showing you as a message, hello, echo, or echo, hi, hello, something, right? But here in the configuration, you can type all your settings, maybe build, Docker build, upload cloud, do some testing, Java code, upload, download, everything you can do. Those practical we have seen multiple times, or we might see more practical in the further discussion, right? So my motto is not to show you those examples. That's what we have discussed multiple times already. Okay, motto is to just show you this kind of pipeline and the way we're going to organize. Okay, but inside this job, maybe one job you can use to download the code for machine learning. Next code will will set up the machine learning environment. Next code will build the model. In the parallel, they will do testing or maybe something like this. Then they're testing on the model, right? So it would be any example you can create. Whatever the field knowledge you have in your respective domain, you can create their respective pipeline, right? So don't learn in this perspective, okay, that we are just running ego command, so just for testing purpose, right? But in the real world, we need a pipeline, but we don't create a pipeline in this way. Okay, why? Just for this, let me first explain you the context. Why we won't create a pipeline in this way, and we shouldn't create a pipeline, I can say, in this way. That's a better way to say. Idea is very simple. If you remember the first day, okay, motto is we want to go for automation. That is the motto. That is the reason we need some kind of automation tool like Jenkins. Okay, but automation, we actually wanted a fully automation. That is actually our final need. Not automation, I need fully automation. Everything from end to end, I want automated. Okay, but here we have one challenge. Okay, in the terms of automation, the challenge is if you just again try to see the entire process. We have the developer, okay, and my developer write a code, and developer is the one who know which language they use. In this language, which version of the language they use. Okay, developer is the one who know about this. Okay, and second, maybe developer is the one who know behind the scene if they're using some databases, for example, which database they're using. Okay, what version of database, for example, they're using MySQL. So which version of MySQL, as a 5.6 or something like this, which version they're using. So developer is the one who have actual clarity what language they're using and which version they are using. Okay, they're using. And that is a reason that developer always create a document. Okay, document. In the document, the developer write the requirements. Okay, for the servers where or I can say the setup requirements. Okay, where if you want to deploy this code in the future, let's say this Java app or web app, okay, what is the software or maybe sometime not exactly hardware, but let's say some kind of hardware requirement, because sometimes of software they sometimes depend on the hardware also. Okay, some software say if you don't have OS with this license, or if you don't have OS with this kernel, if you don't have OS with this kind of GPU core or GPU, okay, so that is also a lot of things, guys. It depends upon the software also. Okay, in most of the cases, not most, I can say in some of the cases. So they write the document. Okay, now point here is developer will upload this information, let's say, to make it simple, to the SCM systems. Okay, either with the document also, the SCM system. Okay, now in this SCM, now two things we have the app that's called code, and we have one doc. Let me give the doc name for setup doc. Okay, where things is written what we are looking for, our setup, right, to launch my app or to deploy my app. Okay, now we have the Jenkins. Okay, Jenkins has a capability to download this code, or maybe this doc. Okay, but this doc is like a normal handwritten or maybe normal written document. They write what we are looking for as a minimum requirement. Okay, so my point here is, okay, we need somebody as a proper manual way or proper human being who manually and literally go, okay, download this document, read this document, and whatever the requirement would be, accordingly they will provide the setup. Okay, and how they provide the setup? They provide the setup. For example, in this document they say I am looking for Java software with 1.8. So this guy will read this And wherever you are guys going to provide the environment for testing or building or maybe for deploying the code, finally you have to, this guy first will make sure you should have Java 1.8 installed, then database MySQL 5.6 or something installed, or some more hundreds of things these guys say requirement. You have to first set up this. Yeah, obviously for setting up, these guys can make this setup automated with the help of jobs. So they can write the Jenkins job. Okay, Jenkins job, and when the job run, this setup will be automated. But what I'm trying to tell you first, finally, in this context, right, creating this job is manual. Setting up the setup is not manual. Setting up the setup is automated, because all the things what we're looking for, we write a command in the job, and when the job run, this command run. Or maybe you can use some kind of automation tool for configuration. It's called configuration management tool like Ansible. Ansible will install these guys automatically. So however you do, you write the command or run the Ansible script by some other engineers who write this code of Ansible playbooks, if you know. Otherwise somebody will create it for you. But a point here is different. My point here is, where I'm trying to emphasize, is creating the job is manual. Okay, and why is manual? Because we don't know the current requirement of this app by the developer. Okay, they will tell maybe before or after, but while let's say after uploading or pushing the code to the GitHub and say this is the requirement, on this is the minimum requirement that we have to set up and for my app server or my web apps. Okay, so by looking at this requirement, this guy, okay, my manual human being guys or IT guys, they will go and create the, or maybe my DevOps engineers, let's say, they will go and create this job, or Jenkins engineer, they will go and create the job for you. Okay, after creating job, thing will be done, right? And that's what we have done from the first day, right? So till date, we are using Jenkins for the automation. It looked like automation. Everything we have done automated, even though if you run the job here, when I run this job, click, automate, right? One click, all the jobs run. Purely automated. But first time we have to get this job, right? That was manual. But let's say creating the job first time, maybe let's say is a one-time effort. But again, okay, if the requirement change of the level, let's say next time they say, no, I don't want Java 1.8, I want Java 11, or maybe MySQL different version, right? And some of the requirement we have. So again my IT guys will look at the new document and they create the new job and update the job, then the job run. So editing the job, creating a new job is a manual thing. And because something is manual over here, so that is not fully automated. Okay, and why is manual? Because my other team, okay, these are my IT teams, admin teams. Sometimes they are also known as operations team. Okay, is fully dependent on my developers or developers teams, dev teams. So these are my ops teams. Based upon the requirement, then only they can set up the environment. Setting the environment, they can get the job, that will be automated, but setting up the job is also kind of manual thing, right? So point here is, if you actually looking for the fully automation or end-to-end fully automation from starting pushing the code till the final production environment, if you want end-to-end automation, then it won't come from any of the tool, frankly saying. So you can't achieve the fully automation by Jenkins or by adding any of the cloud tools or XYZ to hundreds of tools available in the market, or TeamCity or other tools also. Okay, fully automation can achieve by a culture. That's called culture name. I'll tell you in a minute, but it's come from culture. Culture. Okay. One of the culture where we stuck is we have multiple teams. For example, we have a dev team. It's an individual team, different working, maybe sometime working in a different office also, different cabin also, different area also. different team, what they're doing, how they're doing, um, what they're going to write. Okay, is different team, right? And we have a different team for my operation, for example. This operation team, it's a different team. So how they're getting the RAM and CPU from where they're going to launch the instance, cloud, which account, AWS, Azure, how many members they have is independent team. Maybe sometimes sitting in the different office, let's say engineering office and some other office they're sitting. Okay, and actually the communication between this team is very rare. Okay, so what these guys want from the ops not able to understand. What ops need from the developers, okay, they are not able to understand. Typically, if you try to understand, ops guys actually main goal in the company is stability. That is the main goal finally, and their main goal is as much as quickly they come up with the new features, come from the new idea. Okay, they are more towards the innovation, I can say. Innovation, a lot of new idea come up in their mind, new features come in the mind. They quickly start writing the code, and they want, as the new idea come, they write the code, that idea will be raised to the customers. Ops say no, I can't provide your idea to customer. We are working on stability. Means if I'm putting my app in my server, and my client is connected from the outside world in the server. Okay, so I have to provide a better service to my customer. My app to be stable. It doesn't mean because of new code come up from the developer, I put the code directly there. Okay, and my code fail, app fail, and my server goes down. We have a downtime. We have bad reputation. I don't want any these kind of stuff. My team responsibility would be stability, and that is the reason we have a lot of servers, a lot of planning, put the cloud, a lot of monitoring systems, tons of things going behind the scene to give a proper quality services to the customer. Okay, so their goal of the ops team's goal is stability as a final goal, uptime, quality. Okay, dev teams, their goal, they're more concerned about their new code, new features. There's more about innovations, new idea come up. They quickly want to go to the customer. And obviously, new feature come up. It means they have to write a new code in the same app. And when a new code come up, maybe new library they might have to use, a new version they might have to use, and some more things. Okay, so it means this it's not new app. This app with the new features, if you want to deploy for in the production environment, that environment need to update their base OS, maybe sometime libraries, new versions. So it's very much risky. We can't do this. If it finally, most of the case, 99% will make our code or app unstable. Application goes down, or maybe some kind of security vulnerability also come up. Okay, so my point here is, what I'm trying to tell you in this context is, this is a different team, what they're doing, how they're doing, what they're looking for from the ops guys has no clarity. What ops guys are looking from the devs, they say slow down, we still checking your older version, right? You send the new version 10 times, right? Let me check the older version, let's see the stability, then we'll upload into production environment by some kind of strategy. Maybe strategy maybe canary or blue green deployment, the hundreds of strategy we can have to deploy. Okay, there's different point, I'm not discussing those points right now. Okay, but okay, finally I want to use one term here. Between those two teams, there is no proper communications, I can say. Okay, different team managed by different managers. Okay, so no proper communications mostly we have. So we can use the word for silos, SILOS. So between these two teams, if there is no SS communication happen, they are independent. We don't know what is going on here and there. So this concept is known, this word is known as silos. So mostly in the real world, in the corporate world, we have silos between the teams. So if you guys working in security, you don't know what is going in the cloud team. If you're working on the cloud, you don't know what is there going on in the developer team. But finally, all of a team work together, make your app deployment possible in your company. Is a role of everyone, right? But even though we have silos, okay, and that is a culture, guys, we are talking about. It's not a simple thing. It's a pure game of management, how well your manager or management organize the team from the top level to executive level, C level to the down level. So it's a complete culture. But the way you create a culture in the company, if you create a culture in such a way that with these two teams don't have any silos, they can communicate to each other. Different company, different way to do it. One of the way maybe, let's say in ops team we have 1, 2, and 3 guy, A, B, and C. In dev we have 4 guy, D, E, and F. So maybe this is the one of the way we can do. Again, I don't want to talk as a management perspective, as a management, right? But this is one of the ways. Sometimes I've seen somebody from operation team, they've worked with the developers sitting in their office. Somebody from developer, let's say F, they work with the operation team directly sitting in their office. So F is there with their office sitting, right? And A is there with their office sitting. Now developer has somebody from our operations, so they know what they're doing, how they're doing, what they're looking for. They have now a proper communication directly with one of the team member, so they can further communicate. Same way, vice versa, operation team have somebody from developer, they have proper communication. They know what operation guys are looking for. Okay, so if you can create this kind of culture, this is one of the way, as the management perspective, there is nothing technical here, nothing called Jenkins here. It's a one kind of setup or management culture you can create, or maybe other kind of culture would be possible. Our main motto is if you want, okay, a fully automation, that's what I started. Okay, and where you want stability also, innovation also, developers keep on changing the environment, and you operation team say environment change, I have to change the goal, I have to change in the job, that make the things manual, and if the things is manual, then it won't be a fully automation. So if we can create some kind of culture where dev and the ops team somehow work together, and guys, from here the word DevOps come in play. So I'm just trying to give you the actual explanation of that word DevOps. Okay, so if we create this kind of culture where these main two teams, even though we have multiple teams also, but the core main two teams that work to make this app successful, or having this or launching this app successful, is dev and the operations team. Well, other team like QA, other teams will come automatically in part of these team only, right? So that's called DevOps culture, or DevOps mindset, or DevOps, way to implement the things. So if you properly have the culture, you will achieve a fully automation, and all the other things, quickly deploy, time to market, everything you will achieve. Okay, so that is the one point I would like to tell. Okay, and if you have this setup, then a lot of things you can automate it, and then you can use tools like Jenkins tool to leverage their power. So if you have proper DevOps culture, so first of all, DevOps is not a technology, it is not a tool. Okay, in the realistic world, DevOps is just a mindset or the culture. Okay, if you have a culture from in your organization, then to automate this culture with the technology, then you have technological tools available. One example, obviously, Jenkins. Okay, you can leverage this tool to make things automated, but you need this culture. Okay, so for example, in this culture, for example, somebody from the developer team, let's say developer name maybe Rahul, and somebody from operations team or IT admin guys, let's say name maybe Tom. Now these two guys are working together in same office, same cabin somewhere. Okay, so these guys have more clarity. These guys know how to install the software, how to use the Ansible script, how to patch, update the things. Rahul know how to create a code, how to create the app. At the same time, they know which version of my software I need. Okay, let's say they say I need Java 8. So these guys also working together. So this guy helping us to do something on setting up this version, and this Rahul is the one who is creating the code. Okay, and quickly they can come with one solution. What solution they come up? That's what I'm going to show you in some minute, right? So that is one. So based on this explanation, guys, okay, now understanding the topic, the main topic, okay, that is called pipeline as a code or Jenkins pipeline would make a lot of sense now. Okay, makes much sense. So now what is pipeline as a code? What is pipeline? I explained to you. Pipeline contain multiple jobs. That is also known as stages, multi-stages, connect together, upstream, downstream kind of thing. Okay. And after they run, you achieve something. That's called pipeline. Okay. But till now, guys, we have created a pipeline with a job like this, and job we have created manually. Okay. Or I can say pipeline also we create manual. That's also one of the things. So if you want to remove the manual thing, because wherever you have the manual thing will be slow down. You want to achieve 100% automation. Okay. If you need automation, only way to achieve the automation is by writing the code. Without writing the code, okay, either you create or somebody create for you. That's a different point. But without writing the code, automation would be impossible. Okay, would be impossible. You have to write the code. For example, if I have my Linux operating system, just to make you understand, I have this Linux operating system, and here I have to do something for this. I have to write a code, date command, cal command, ls command, something like this. So here, this is thing, date, cal, and ls. I'm doing how manually. I know all the things I have to do again and again. So as I type again and again manually, I can create a code. How this code will be called shell script? How? Pretty simple. I can create a code called my.ss script and write the cal command, date command, ls command. That's all. It become what? Code. Or technically, this code is also known as script. In the future, if I want to run this script, I can run this command or run my script. That's all. One click, my entire code run, or my entire script run, or entire command run. The last time I was running manually, but now anytime you want to run, just call this code, run this code, or run this script. This will be automated. So my point here is, if you want automation, you have to write a code that's for sure. Now, for writing the code, which language you want to use, that will be your choice. You want to use shell scripting, you want to use Python scripting. And by the way, I highly recommend Python is such a big and important language. Right? Whichever domain you go, from IT admins to cloud admins to big data to machine learning to web development, right? Python is kind of must kind of language, right? But we don't have proper core Python training available. Core means where we talk about the core concepts and the power of Python internals. Okay, step by step to the old advanced level. So recently, guys, I have launched one Python training. Okay, under a campaign called Right Education or Raise the Bar. Okay, I had a very simple. If we want, because we were also working for making India future ready. If you want to raise the bar technically of our country, so base knowledge of everyone is clear, then only they can come up with the new advanced things. They can work on some advanced things. They might come with this new app or new project or new startup maybe. So that's what, guys, we keep on coming with a new program from very basics to a lot of different we are training on multiple different technologies. Python, guys, we have launched. I suggest if you guys can also enhance your knowledge in Python. Interesting thing is this program is absolutely free. There's no charge for this. It's free. Okay, free. And this is not like a normal workshop. Again, it's a full-fledged Python code training. When I say code doesn't mean basic. Doesn't mean basic. Code means the actual internals of the Python. And that if you understand, you can actually leverage the power of Python anywhere in the field you are in. Technically, this training is Python is basic to advanced. Everything we're going to cover, but as a core level or internal level. So very unique content I've created for this. So I think you guys might know the dates, but otherwise we update. My team will update you in the respective group. It's free. Join this, learn the Python. That's the actual need. Plus, also share this campaign to as much as you can share to so that everybody will be empowered by this training. Okay, so yeah, so code you can write in Python as a language, Perl as a language, Ruby as a language, okay, or multiple other language or a platform you can use, okay, to automate the things. But yeah, automation, if you want to do automation, we need the code. Okay, code make the things automated. Okay, now which language to choose, that would be your choice. Okay, but better way to say here is, right, let's say I want to do something in the Jenkins. Jenkins will make everything automated. Only thing in the Jenkins that is not automated is creating the job or creating the pipeline. Job A, job B, pipeline, that are the manual thing. But those manual things that you are doing manually, if you want to do this manual thing in an automated way, so you have to write the code. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So if your pipeline you are creating manually and you want pipeline to be automated, you have to write a code for the pipeline that's called pipeline as code. That is a topic I am referring today. Pipeline as a code. Okay. And for writing the code, you have to use one language. Which language you want to use, that will be your choice. But because Jenkins is based on the top of Java. Okay. So if you create a pipeline as a code in a language called Java, that will be more compatible with the Java with the Jenkins. That is the one more thing. But before guys, I will discuss further about. I just want to tell you one. I want to ask you one small thing. You guys might know. Okay. So can you tell me which company Java belongs? Is Java as a language? Okay. Or let me say in this way. In this way, for example, if you want to run Java, you need one base setup called JVM. Okay, JVM. So if you want Java code, you need a JVM environment, Java virtual machine. On the top of this, Java code normally run, if you guys know. Okay, so I can ask you in this way: if you want to, let me reframe my question actually. If you want to run code on the top of JVM, okay, do you need Java language only? It is compulsory to have Java language only to run the code on the top of JVM. What do you think? You can put your question in the Q&A, answer in the chat or in the Q&A. What do you think? So, my guys, I rechange my question. Actually, I'm not asking about the company. I'm asking a different way. The Java is the only way, and Java language is the only way to run the code on the top of JVM. Okay. So, as you know, answer is no. Java language is one of the way to run the code on the top of JVM. We have much more language available, like we have a closer language available to do the same thing. We have this language also, we can write the code in their way, or syntax they support. Java has their own syntax, own keyword, this language has their own syntax, own keyword, and this code can be run directly on the top of JVM. We don't require Java. Like this, there are multiple different flavor and the language available where we can write the code and run directly on the top of JVM. Everybody has different syntax, different rules, different keywords. Somebody is complex, somebody is simple. Okay. Similarly, we have one more language called Groovy. Okay. So Groovy, actually I forgot the spelling for a while. Groovy is a language. Okay. So this is also one of the languages where we have the capability to directly write the code that can run directly on the JVM. We don't need Java language as such. Motto is we need to run the code on the top of JVM. So whichever language you want to use, that will be your choice. Groovy is very simple language. It is more look like a scripting language. Java is not like a scripting language, like a cell scripting or Python scripting. A scripting language is always very, very simple comparatively. So Groovy is more like a scripting language. But the interesting thing is, okay, with the help of Groovy, we can get the simplicity of the scripting language, but that language code directly can be run on the top of JVM. Okay, and why Yes, Pritesh, you're right. Scala is also one of the example. Scala is also one of the great example of the same thing. Okay, so we can take Scala also. Again, one of my favorite language, one of the domain is Scala. So all of your data engineering tasks or ETL tasks, they are kind of requirement. Scala is great in performing this. Okay, so Scala is also one of the example. So that is one point. So because Jenkins is built run on the top of JVM or Java, better would be JVM. So if you want something on the Jenkins to be automated, you write a code. And for this, these guys have selected a language called Groovy. Groovy. So Groovy is a language, okay, we are going to use here to automate the things. So pipeline as a code will be written in a language called Groovy. Okay, that was the guys information I'm trying to tell. So I think I'm very clear. So what we will do, I will give more clarity in a minute, but what we will do, so this pipeline that we have created here in the Jenkins, same pipeline we are going to create, but it will be automated. We don't have to create the jobs like this, the way we created, and turn the jobs together we created, or write things inside jobs that we have normally write, commands, other things, so GitHub links, right? Everything will be completely written, or entire pipeline connections will be entirely written in in a in automated way. This is called pipeline as a code. Okay, so that was the point. So how it works? So we'll discuss that at this point. Let's have very quickly Q&A till now. What topic we discussed? Then after this we'll start this topic. Okay. So any guys questions you have till now, you guys can ask me. If you Dockerify in the GitHub, you want to build the image using Jenkins. Yes, Vishal, you can do it. Maybe I might show you one demo on this. And this is a very, very good use case, and we have to use a lot. Okay, so I'll show you, and whatever you're asking afterwards, I will, when I show you this demo, that it can be clear. Here we have decentralized architecture of the Jenkins cluster. No, Rahul, there is no use of decentralized architecture here. If you go for decentralized architecture in Jenkins, there's no meaning actually. If you try to think, right, we don't need decentralized. If you go for Bitcoin, there we need decentralized architecture, right? On that context, okay. Some other example also may be there, but we don't need decentralized architecture. There's no meaning of this. Otherwise, it will be harder to manage. We want centralized architecture. This is called master slave. No, John, I am not going to show you, train you on the Groovy language from expert to basic to advanced. Okay, because there's two different way on the Groovy language called scripted way or declarative way. Nowadays, we mostly use declarative way. So there, even though without knowing assess the programming skills, you can directly work on the Groovy. So that's what we will use. So we are going to use declarative way. How to use it, I'll show you. Okay, there you don't need again much about SS programming skill. It is more like, Ansible. Ansible is also a declarative way. So Groovy support that way, and that is the newer way we're going to use this. So I mean, after the break, I will explain. Yes, Pritesh, we can send the values from one steps to other steps. So this is some of the example we will see in the pipeline. Get a code. How to customize Jenkins job? 1 minute. So my actually Q&A is going to integrate with the release version. Tag created in the version like SEO. So Ramesh, I'll show you. So I'll show you. I have this example when I talk about the parameterized job. So we have a lot of environmental variable created. There depend upon the job, how you integrate it, that kind of tag automatically created, or maybe you can also custom create also, and then we can use those tag like a normal variable, okay, in our jobs. So how? Maybe not today class, maybe in my next class, I'll talk about the parameterized. Then I will give the demo to you guys. Yes, Vijender, I told you, I think in my last class, we can have master high availability where we have multiple master possible. That is also within active passive scenario. Answer yes, we have this. Uh, uh, Jenkins support this. That's what I can say. How to integrate Jenkins Kubernetes? I will give the idea, Mohammed, in some time. Okay. I am using Dogfile to build. I won't use ECR to deploy and say as soon as complete deployment start automatically is fully automated. So I think Ashutosh Alok is giving answer to you. So I'm just going to next. Can we use YML script while configuring job? No, Nikhil, YML script is not the language. It is a frame dependent, framework dependent. Okay. For example, Ansible understand their keyword with the help of YML. Kubernetes understand their keyword with the YML. So YML is a way through which we can send the instructions to their respective tool, like Ansible, like Kubernetes. Okay, but YML is not itself a language, the way we have Java, Python language, right? So can we configure job with the help of YML script? No, because the job in the Jenkins doesn't support YML as a markup language or as a language to get the information. Okay, there doesn't support. Somehow we can create it as a different point. We can custom plugins we can create. There's a different point, but by default nature, they doesn't support. Okay. Yes, again, we can do it. We can pass the parameter from one job to other. How? May I have some example on this? I will show you. Okay. We can pass the parameter and the values one stage to other stage. If you can think in this way, that makes more sense. Okay. So let's do one thing before, guys, we go and start this next topic. Let's go for a small break of around 25 minutes, around 25 minutes, and we can do it after the break, right? So at 4:35, we will, guys, continue. Okay. Bye. I stay time. Bye. See you guys. Take care. So guys, welcome back and let's continue with pipeline as a code. So the plan is what we are looking for, right? In the quick summary, I want to run the job in the Jenkins, right? But I don't want to create the job here, okay? Or I want to have multiple jobs connect together, but I don't want to manually create here. Without creating manually multiple items in the job, or without connecting these guys, I want to create a pipeline, but everything to be automated. Pipeline to be automated, that's called pipeline as a code. So how we can go? So for this, I already given you guys the context technically how it should work, right? Because again, creating a pipeline as a code might not be so much complex, okay? But having the right context means where to use, that is very important to know. And guys, I will explain to you what is the use case and where we want. So you can think in this way, your developer is sitting in the workspace in the laptop. He created some of the web app, okay? But at the same time, developer, maybe developer alone himself, or the developer work with the operations guys, okay, and then can plan how and what kind of pipeline we need. And you guys know in the pipeline what the pipeline is: multiple jobs, one job, two job, three, and much more job. If you connect together one by one, run together after one after another, it become a pipeline. And guys, here pipeline here is also known as stage. So stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. So these guys can plan for the stages, okay? And without logging to the Jenkins, these kinds can create this pipeline. How? As code. Okay, so now it means we have two different code with us. One code is our web app code, let's say in HTML or JavaScript, or maybe in Java and some other language. Second code we have is in pipeline as a code, where we describe the entire pipeline as a code. Okay, this is one thing. One more thing I want to tell you here is, before we go ahead, whenever you create a job manually, this job typically also known as stage, let's say this job is Z, right? And guys, when you get a job, that time the job you write, what are you looking for? You say you want source code to be downloaded from here. Then you want trigger. Then you want some command to be run. Okay. So all these things typically known as steps. So in one job that is also known as stage, but all things what you do, for example, you run the command echo hi. So this is one step. Or maybe I can write again, let's say mkdir create directory called dd. It's also one step. Okay. Or if I write download from this GitHub, is also one step. So in one job or one stage, multiple steps you can write. Okay. So maybe I can write here. Okay. Job is equals to stage here, especially in the pipeline world or pipeline as a code world. And in the inside the job, whatever you do, those are known as steps. Step 1, step 2, or multiple steps you can write. So finally, if I try to explain you, it will be something like this. Okay, it was something like this. In one pipeline, you have multiple stages. Every stage doing for something for you. Let's say first stage maybe SCM stage. Second stage maybe it is a build stage. Next stage maybe, let's say it is a deploy stage. Next stage maybe finally I do a final testing. This may be a final test stage. Will be in any of the order. So in one pipeline, we have multiple stages. Every stage we can give some name, but inside every step, So inside every stage, we can write multiple steps. That's the first step. Maybe I want to download from the Git, let's say Git clone I want to do. Then after download, I want to copy something somewhere. Then I want to remove something. So these are the multiple steps we can write in every stages. So guys, this is how your pipeline as a code file structure gonna look like. When I write the code, my code structure will be something like this. Okay. This is one thing. But if you want to implement pipeline as a code, obviously, who will write this code are DevOps engineers or developer alone or developer with the operation guys together. It again depends upon team to team and company to company, how they organize their DevOps culture and the team. Okay, but both the code then will be uploaded in a central SCM system like GitHub. Now in GitHub, we have two code. One is web app, and second is my pipeline as a code. And as in normal in the standard in the market, the pipeline as a code finally, and code we always write in a file. And you can give file name whatever you feel like, but typically in the standard, the file name normally we use is always Jenkins file. This standard name. You can give any other name also, but this is the standard name of the file where we put the code. So the file name is called Jenkins file. So whenever you see Jenkins file anywhere in the market, it means in this file you will find a code in which context pipeline is a code for the Jenkins. So this is a standard name of the file. For example, in Docker, when you want to build the Docker image, the file name called Docker file. You can change the name if you want, but this is standard name in the market. Similar here. Okay. Now we upload both the code over in the SCM. Now only thing that you have to do in the Jenkins, because Jenkins is the one who's going to finally run it. So you need something the Jenkins who will download these things. What? Download first code and second code. Okay. And in the second code, if you see the file name Jenkins file, it means by this Jenkins automatically understand that that we have pipeline as a code with us. Now they see this file. Who? Jenkins see this file. Which file? Jenkins file, or I can say pipeline file or Jenkins pipeline file. And by looking at this file, they come to know the entire structure. Or they come to know how many jobs they have to create, how many stages we have to create, how many steps we have to write in every stages. And that will be automatically created by the Jenkins. So my point, guys, here is the way I started explaining to you. Okay, now onwards, you don't have to get any of the job A, B, C, D. All these jobs, job 1, 2, 3, automatically created by Jenkins by looking at this file and what this file contains, pipeline as a code. Okay, pipeline as a code that that will be automated by Jenkins. It means the entire pipeline, the way you see the pipeline here, kind of this pipeline, every pipeline auto connected is being completely done by Jenkins by looking at this file. Now it is just a game of this particular file, what you write in this file, how many stages you write, and how many steps per stages you want to perform. That is the thing you have to do. Who will do? Your developers or the DevOps guys. Okay, it means you can think in this way also. In this way also. Now onward, my developer, right, just keep on writing the code. And based on this code, if they want to do something in the jobs, they want to add more job, they want to change something in stage, they want to change the command, want to change the version, which version they install, they will change directly in the pipeline without login to Jenkins, even though they don't require access Jenkins login also. Okay, and only thing is they do is they will upload this code into GitHub or some other SCM tools. Okay, and I will tell my Jenkins, this is again one-time setup. Initially we can do in the Jenkins. Okay, one-time setup, and say Jenkins, just keep on looking on this particular repository. Okay, and when in the repository any new thing come up, download this. Again, we can set some trigger in the Jenkins. It's a one-time setup. Okay, we can do in the Jenkins called Jenkins jobs. So one Jenkins job we can set. Okay, that's typically known as Jenkins pipeline job. Moto job is not to run the job like a normal typical job, right? Motto of the job is to just keep on looking for this file or keep on looking for this repository. Okay. And when new file come up, they download it. And motto of this same job is to run this file, run the Jenkins files. And when this job is again one time we have to do initially, again that will be obviously manual. Okay, but manual, we can go for manual, but if you want to repeat same thing manual again and again, that is not good. So if the same thing you want to repeat again and again, or a lot of changes you want to do in the future, there I want to do automation. But if you want to do some setup once, for example, Jenkins installation also one time installation once, that part you can go for manual. Maybe some kind of automation also you can achieve there. That's a different point, but that is one thing. So this is the job we can Jenkins job we can create a manual once, and this job duty, they keep on looking for this file. Any new file come up, new change come up, they will download and they run this file, and new pipeline automatically take based upon this code we have in the Jenkins. So guys, when I show you this demo, you guys can get to know the entire actual process. This is actual process, but you will be comfortable with this process, right? So let me start. Well, sorry, I can hold for a second, please. Okay, so this is very important topic. Again, I am repeating, okay, because a lot of real use cases, and I am going to slowly go for a lot of advanced use cases slowly, right? But those will only, you can understand those use cases, and you can create your own use case also only if you understand the today's class. Okay, so I'll go very slowly, and you will, because till now all the concept if you understood, or you might not understand, that doesn't matter as such maybe, but today's class and this topic is very important to understand. But before I go ahead, I want to tell you one more thing, because here we have to write a code as a pipeline as a code, and the language that Jenkins support is Groovy. Now there's two different way we can write a pipeline as a code. One is called scripted way, and one is called declarative way. There's two different way you can write the code. Okay, what is scripted way? It is something like this. Okay, for example, if you want to do something on Linux, for example, this is my Linux operating system, and in this operating system, if you want to install the software, okay, for installing software, let's say you will use the command yum install. Let's say my software name is called dialog, just for installing random software. Okay, so if you want to install the software, you should know the command of that particular operating system. Right now you're running this command, but you can put this command in your script the way the script I show you. You can create a script a.sh, and you can put the command there, yum install. Let's say I want to install this software. After installing the software, I want to copy or I want to create some file. So it's become your entire script. Okay, and now we can run the script with this command, or maybe this command also. The one command you can run is a shell script. Script run, right? The point here, this was scripted. So I can say I have my script, I have a code, but this code I scripted means I type the commands. What a command, your base OS support or base platform support, same command I type. So if you don't know anything about your base platform or base Red Hat Linux, for example, or Amazon Linux, it's impossible to know the command, and without knowing the command, it is impossible to write the script. Okay, so if you use this approach, that is called scripted approach, and you should know your underlying platform or underlying language also. So example, you should know the cell scripting also. Here we can write some kind of conditions also, for loop also, functions also. So you should know your underlying platform and language. It means if you're using Jenkins, you should know a lot of things about Jenkins. There is an underlying platform where you want to run the script. Plus, you should know the completely about the Groovy language. Means the syntax, how to create a classes there, functions there, other things. For example, if you just go for Groovy as a language, a scripting language. So if I open some document for the Groovy as a language, just a language, right? Okay. So maybe let me go for some other website. So you should know about how we can create the variables in the Groovy. Okay, what a data type support, how to get the classes. It more look like a Java, how to get the classes. Okay, you should know about those things. What are closures, what is list, what is a string, how to create the numbers and other things. Okay, so if you know this syntax as a Groovy language, again, nothing very tedious. Anybody know any languages? So having this language is not a big deal. Okay, so for scripted world, you should know your underlying operating system platform like Jenkins. You should know about Jenkins concept, what thing Jenkins support, what kind of library or concept they support, API they support, plus the Groovy language, entire language syntax. Okay, so typically it look like very tedious and complex. It is. Okay, that is a reason this is the older way. Initially, we used to use scripted way of writing pipeline as a code in a Groovy language, where you should know everything about the Groovy. Okay, now because nowadays in the automation world, there's one famous technique we use everywhere. It's called declarative approach. So any of the automation tool you go, and this is the very new thing, kind of thing we always use. For example, if we go to configuration management, so in the configuration management, instead we use shell scripting like bash, we move to Ansible, because bash give me a scripted way to configure something, the way I created here. A scripted way, right? Sometimes very bigger, writing the code make sometimes complex, and some other issues also face. But Ansible makes the things declarative. And now what I mean by declarative, okay, declarative means it is something like this. You don't know anything about your base platform. Okay, you doesn't know anything about the commands also. Like, yeah. Only thing you will tell your system is, I want to install software or package, name this one. Okay, something like this. Means you're declaring what you want. You're declaring to your system or to your platform. Okay, and they will do for you. Now you don't need to know any of the respective command. For example, red yum command in Ubuntu apt-get command, or like in macbrew command or homebrew command. You don't have to know any of the command. Your platform is some kind of intelligence platform. They will automatically figure out the underlying commands, and they will install and get the software installed for you. So technically, this kind of approach is look like a very intelligent approach, but this approach is known as declarative approach. So Ansible is the one who uses this approach. Kubernetes and other cloud platforms, for example, AWS, almost everyone have a support of the declarative approach in their respective use case and the platform. Okay, same thing we have in the Jenkins. So right now our platform is Jenkins. If we say Jenkins, do you have a support for declarative approach? Yes. Okay, so for this, which language we can use? Again, there also we have to use some language. Again, here we can use the Groovy language. So with the help of Groovy language, okay, we can create a code, but my code will be more into a declarative approach. That makes the thing simple. We don't have to worry about. We have to just say, Groovy, I want to install the software. Groovy, I want this job to be created. Groovy, I want my job to run in this agent. Groovy, I want this post built or trigger. That's all. It is something like the way you create in the graphically. You just keep on saying what you want. Almost everything same we can write in the code. Just make the thing simple, logical, clear, and anybody can learn it and can change and customize also. Okay, it also look like a very kind of intelligence kind of concepts, right? So So this is the scripted way we are not discussing. Maybe sometime if we need, maybe I might elaborate, but as such we don't need. Mostly all the example or real example you see always in the declarative approach. It is new approach. That's what we are going to use. So language will be Groovy only. But here we are going to use a declarative approach. What declarative approach? In a minute, you will by looking at this, you can understand it very much simply. Okay, but in every declarative approach, we have to use some kind of language, or I can say some kind of markup language, means through which we can declare. For example, something like this, I can say I want to install something. What? Let's say HTTPD. So this is your key and value. So we are declaring what do you want. Okay. So typically in the scripted world, you have to say what to do and how to do. Okay. So here I have to say I want to show the software. Plus you have to give the command also. How also you have to give in the scripted world. Okay. You have to use the yum command. But in a declarative way, you have to only tell what to do, what I want to perform. How to do, they will intelligent, they will do for you. So that is the reason why they are known as declarative language. Okay, you just say what to do, they will do for you. That's what we're looking for. So it will make the thing simple and also faster to create. Okay, and here, even though IT guys, those might not sometimes always very comfortable with the programming language, even though they can also learn very quickly, because as such typical programming syntax we don't need to know for this. We can create the code, but without knowing much about the programming concepts. Okay, so this is what. And any platform that has a declarative thing, that is also known as DSL, domain specific language. So like in Ansible, anybody know Ansible? There they use a YAML as a domain specific language. Okay, and here we're going to use a Groovy DSL language. Groovy domain specific language. They're so simple to use. It is more like the curly braces. Start something curly braces, and with curly braces inside this write something what you want. When I start adding the code, you'll see it is so simple to use. Okay, so I think I am very clear. So we are not going for a scripted way, older way, typical way. Okay, we are going for the newer way, faster way, easier way, and that's what we use almost every time. It's called declarative. So we are going to write a pipeline as a code in a Groovy as a language. Okay, on the top of Java, so in the top of Jenkins as a platform, but approach would be DSL. That's called domain specific language, or I can say a declarative approach. Okay, and here the language will be Groovy DSL language. That is very simple. Something look like curly braces start and end, and here inside this and after that will declare what we are looking for. So this is some information. Let's start writing the code. So for writing the code, I'm going to use the same approach, the way I explained to you. Let's say we have the developer and we want to upload something sorry, in our GitHub. So what we are doing and how we'll do, let me do the same process. So I'll go to my base system. I'm launching my Git bash. I'm creating my local workspace here. Let's say Jenkins workspace for Groovy DSL, some folder name I'm creating here. I don't have this folder. Let me create this folder. So inside this folder is empty, and I'm going to create my new project locally, because I'm the developer working my workspace with my DevOps engineer or my operations guys maybe. So I'm going to create one new project locally, the Git project. Okay, and this project, let's say project name maybe pipeline 1, some project name, or let's say project 1. Project 1. Okay, so this project created. Project technically means like a folder created. So very simple command. I believe you guys know this basic command. Somewhere in my sub-Git training, if you're the part, we have discussed this command again. But commonly we use this command a lot. Okay, now in this folder we have nothing, and now my developer has created some web pages. Let's say this is index.html page they create, and inside this page they say welcome to Linux world. Pretty simple code, and save. The code created. Now, before they upload this code, okay, they have to also plan for pipeline. Who? Developer or with the other team members. Okay, and what they plan, they say, according to us, we are looking for 3 stages. Okay, first stage would be wherever my Jenkins run this pipeline, they will go to some SCM and pull the code. Okay, then second stage will be they will go and deploy the code to the web server, and third stage will be we will go and test everything in the web server is working fine or not. Let's say this is a simple plan they have created. Typically, we can also do this by creating 3 jobs manually, by connecting 3 jobs. When I run this first job, they download the code. Second job, deploy the code. Third job, will test the code in the web server. But here, same thing we're doing, but instead of writing a job, we are going to create a stage in a pipeline. Okay. But one more thing. Okay. However you download, so however you pull. Okay, maybe here you can use get clone command or get pull command. So this will be our step number 1. Okay, then after download, you might copy the code here and there. It may be step number 2 for example. So in the stages, let's say same as one stage. In this stage, these are the stage. You have tried multiple steps. Something like this we have to do. Who have to create this? Code, your developers or the guys who work with you. Okay, in a file, any file name you can give, but in the standard in the standard, the file name is Jenkins file. So in the same workspace inside your same project where you guys are creating project, in the root area of the project, okay, root directory, you guys can create a file that's called Jenkins file. Jenkins file. Okay. This file you create, and inside this file, there's no SS extension. Inside this file, you will create an entire pipeline. Okay, and how to get the pipeline? They have pretty fixed structure. Those structure you have to follow to create the pipeline. Okay, so what kind of structure you have to follow? Okay, it will be something like this. I'm just giving you a basic structure, but we keep on enhancing this structure as we progress, right? So structure will be something like this. You have to start with a keyword called pipeline. Okay, keyword called pipeline. Okay, so 1 minute, guys. Let me create it for you. So you have to start with a keyword called pipeline. It means by this keyword, you are going to declare the Jenkins that you have. This is the pipeline. That's what. So because this is a declarative language, so by the keyword we are declaring what you're doing. Okay. Now inside this pipeline, we are going to create a stage. Okay. Okay. And what is this stage? And let's say this stage, according to us, is we can give our own name. Let's say this is my SCM stage. Now we have to create more stage. So let's say my next stage would be deploy stage or build stage or test stage. Now, one more stage we can give. Next stage maybe my test stage, to test my final website. Okay, but here stage is a keyword through which you are trying to tell the Jenkins this is a stage, but SCM is just a name of the stage. So for this, we can write the SCM inside the square bracket with a single quote. Okay, by this it means we're telling SCM is a string here because we write inside the stage keyword or stage like a function here. Okay, so by this we are telling this guy that SCM is just name of this stage or name of this function. Similarly, right, deploy is the name of this stage. You can give any stage name, whatever you want to give, but stage keyword or the function name, whatever you understood, the way you understood, okay, is the fix. It means now in my pipeline, we have 3 stages. Now, every stage, guys, come with steps. So for creating the step, we can reuse the keyword called steps. Okay. So this will create a step for us. Okay. Now, inside step, what you want to do? You want to download from GitHub. You want to copy here and there, deploy, test, build, Maven, right? You run the echo command. Whatever to do, you can do with the steps, right? So actual final performance or final things happening inside the step. For example, in our case, let's say I want to run the echo command and say git pull my code. I'm just printing the message. So this will be my step. Similarly, I can write more steps, 1 step, 2 step, 3, something like this. But let me go for one single step. Okay. Similarly, copy. In this case also, we can have some steps. Okay, I'm just giving again the same kind of step, but here I can say I am deploying my code. Just for testing. Right? Instead, with this, we might launch some Docker container, we copy the code, we upload the image, we put the package somewhere. So whatever you want to do, you will write here. So that's what we build slowly, but I'm just right now showing you the syntax. And now here, we can add the step. I can say, I want to test my final web app. Okay, so something like this you can do here. Okay, this is the simple steps. It will just only print the message for you the way we have seen in these are simple jobs, but this is how we can create it. Okay, so this is, guys, how pipeline look like. So simple, and this word declaration, right? So what we are doing everywhere, we are declaring. Okay, declaring this pipeline means you are declaring Jenkins, this is a pipeline. So create a pipeline for us. Okay, a stage means we're declaring create a job for us or create a stage for us. Okay, we're declaring. Second thing is, because we're writing all the jobs in one single pipeline, so automatically they connected. So you don't have to connect. So this stage run, then second stage run, then third stage run after one after another. So automatically connected. So technically for this is the downstream. For this is like downstream job or the stage. Automatically they connected. Okay. Plus inside the stage that's called job, we can write multiple steps, 1, 2, 3, and 4, something like this. Okay. So this is how it work. Okay. Now one more thing here is this is the, guys, way we write, but technically to differentiate. Okay, to differentiate that this stage start here and close here, start here and close here. So for this we have to write this guy into the curly braces. So curly braces start here and curly braces close. It is, something like a function, right? When you create a function in any programming language, we start with curly braces and end with curly braces, and anything inside this curly braces is a part of this function, or the block of code is a part of this function. It means when this stage run, I want to perform all those steps, 1 to 100 I want to perform. Okay, so we have to use curly braces here. Okay, same, we have to use curly braces here. Okay, curly braces start and close. And between the curly braces, you can type all the steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Okay, similarly, because we can create multiple steps, 1, 2, 4, 5, 10. Again, we have to write this guy inside the curly braces, and it will look something like this. Something like this. So this steps means all the steps you want to perform. So we are performing only one step, but we can write more steps here. So let me write one more step, copy, paste. So this is let's say this is my step number 1. I'm printing. Step number 2, I'm printing, but we can perform something else. Similarly, we write curly braces so that we can add more steps. But you don't have to format the code in this way, the way I'm formatting. With some giving space, let's go indent. Without also, it will work. It will also work in this way. But having the code in this look and feel makes the code more clear. Okay, so anybody can quickly understand what you created. Similarly, okay, we can close this block of code. So guys, this is the final kind of format we have created. Okay. Now, one more thing, everything is part of your pipeline. So this entire code is a part of pipeline. So we have to again start pipeline also with curly braces. And from here, pipeline curly will start and curly braces close. Okay, it means from here till here, this entire block of code or code is a part of pipeline. So when pipeline create, this entire code will be created, or entire pipeline or stages will be created. Okay, and this is one thing. Now, one more thing. Okay, you have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, multiple stages you have. Okay, but stage is not enough, guys. We need some more thing. Okay, we would like to run the stage like a job. And where you run the job, guys, we always run the job in the master or the slave. Okay, so when you run the job either in master or either in slave, wherever you run, your slave will give the or wherever you run the job, they will give executors to you, right? What executors, you guys know. So when you run the job, they give the executors to you. Master give the executors, slave give the executors. Okay, so wherever you run the job, that system, that point in time is known as agent, maybe master or the slave. Okay, so here you have to define which agent you want to use. Right now, when you create a normal job, like this job, okay, this particular job, or maybe let me go for some other simple job. So whenever you create any job, mostly you don't give any agent name. How you going to give? By this line. This option through which you give the agent name, right? Where you want to run the project, Linux slave or something like this. You don't give. It means by default they run the job in any of the agent. Okay. Similarly, we can do here. Okay, or maybe you can restrict the job with some agent. So if you're running the pipeline, obviously you give the agent name also. Where you want to run the job. You want to run the job in master, you want to run the job in slave. Okay, here we can use the labels, right? So what is level, you guys know? So when you get a slave or the master, they have their own labels, and this level you can use here. So if I run the slave level, so a job will run in that particular slave. Okay, but right now what I'm doing here, I'm using the word any. Any means the by default behavior of the job in Jenkins means wherever the executor free, maybe master and slave, wherever the executor free, okay, any of the system is free, I will run my job there. So right now I'm using the any keyword here. Okay, so similarly, like agent is one part of the pipeline. Similarly, there's multiple different more part of the pipeline. Agent is one part of the pipeline. There's a one concept called properties, or the parameter is a one part of the pipeline. There's a something called post, build is other part of the pipeline. Okay, and stage is one part of the pipeline. So the pipeline again further divided in multiple different parts. Everybody is doing something for us. That is the reason. Okay, if you have multiple stages, all the stages to be grouped together in one big block called stages. Okay, stages is also one kind of keyword here. Okay, so I start my stages from here and here. So this is my last stage. So all the stages, okay, all the stages should be blocked inside or put inside main stage called stages. For the pipeline perspective, they only see the agent where any. They only see the stages. Inside the stage, you have 2 stages, 100 stages, doesn't matter, but it should be part inside the stages. So better maybe I can write my code in this way to make my code more, sorry, clear. Tab is not working here. So, sorry, is something else. So stage is your main keyword. We're declaring I want to create a stage. How many stages you want to create? So first stage with name called SCM, second stage name called deploy, third stage name called test. Okay, and now after this, no stage, my stage closed. Okay, after stage, what you want to do? There's a different thing. There's some more things we can do. Is go post something on Jenkins. So we'll see after some time. Okay, but here this is a initial simple code we have created, but this is the main structure. The way I explained to you. So this is what exactly I explained to you guys, and this diagram I converted into the code. And this code, guys, you don't need any typical programming language classes, object-oriented functions, and keyword and data types, because this is a declarative language, or I can say this is a groovy DSL language. And because of DSL, okay, the things become so slow, not slow, so simple, and writing the code is faster. And anybody without any programming knowledge also, they can write the code very simple. Only thing is you have to declare, okay, how many stage you want with stage keyword, how many commands you want, this was steps keyword, okay, which agent you want, which pipeline you want, and some more things we can do. Okay, right now we have just started. Okay, we this is structure we're going to use, but this structure we're going to add lots of things in between, and lots of extra keyword we're going to write. Okay, but this guys code we sorry, we have created in our local system. So now we have done these two parts. My web app created, simple web page we created, and my pipeline code has been created. Now we're going to upload into my GitHub. How to upload, you guys know. Let me do very quickly. So I'll go to my GitHub. Okay, I'm going to get a new repository for this. Okay, and let's say this is my Jenkins pipeline training. I'm just giving some training 20. Okay, so this is one repository name I am going to create, and this ability I want to initiate. I don't want to initiate because it is already there in my local laptop. I would have to just sync with this, so I don't want to cook this. Otherwise, I think won't work as the way it should work. I just create this. Okay, and they say how to sync locally. These two commands they give to us. Okay, before I do this command, let me first do, let me close this file. This file has been done, I believe. And then we do git add all the files, git commit all the files with message called first time full automation. Okay, everything is good. Now I will sync my local to a remote. So I'll copy this command. I'll copy this command. Okay, and then this command. So now local repository we uploaded to GitHub, your centralized system in the master branch. Okay, now there's no error because my system already have my password given initially, so they have in the caches or in the system. So now this two file come up in the GitHub. One small change I have to do here, my file name by chance store with your txt. Okay, because when you store something in Notepad, they store in the txt format. So maybe here they give me options to edit this file or rename the file name if they give. Let me rename, or even though without this, let me do it for my local system, right? Otherwise, it won't be sync. So what I'm doing, I am going to my local system again. Jenkins file Notepad. Why they add txt in the last? So let me save my file again. And this time, guys, I am saving with double quotes. It won't add txt. Okay, and this file is there inside my Jenkins training. It is first project. File saved. I know where I saved. Please. File save as in the first project. The file name is with double quotes, means without any extension. Yes. Let's save. Actually, I was storing in the wrong location. Just give me my place. There was this challenge. So very quickly, I'm so sorry for this. I'm going to wasting the time. Jenkins was created in the Jenkins. No, it is not this one. document. There's a Jenkins WS, Jenkins WS Groovy, press 1, and here we have to store. Save. Okay. So now file come up. Let me add this file again. Okay, add all. Commit. Okay, commit, and M new changes something, and let me do get post. Get post. So now this file come up. Even though we can remove this file has no use of it, but the main file is this one come up. Even though if you want to delete from here, let me delete this so there will be no confusion. Okay, this file come up, and also let me get pull, get fetch to sync with the remote system. Get pull. So these are not so much again very technical, but yeah, this file is very local. Everybody sync. We have local file and parallel file. Now this part we have done. This code we have created. This is for Jenkins pipeline as a code. Okay. Now only thing we have to do, that is only the one-time part, one-time setup, is we have to ask my Jenkins that your duty is to keep on looking of this repository and download the code. With the code, we'll get the Jenkins files. Now you don't have to run the job. What you have to do as Jenkins, you have to run this pipeline as a code. And to running the pipeline as a code, again, you have to create a job, but this is a different kind of job. That's called job pipeline. What I mean by this, let me show you. So if you go to Jenkins, and in the Jenkins, guys, if you want to run pipeline as a code, that is also known as Jenkins pipeline. Okay, guys, this was the build pipeline. This is just for look and feel. This was the delivery pipeline, again for look and feel. But we have one more kind of pipeline called Jenkins pipeline. For this, you have to install an agent, or sorry, plugin. Okay, so if you go to available, then you can find a pipeline called pipeline. Okay, so it's called Jenkins pipelines. It's not there because when you install the Jenkins automatically, this pipeline plugin automatically stored, so it will be there inside the stored tab. If you search again pipeline, okay, so there's a one pipeline called this one. Okay, so this pipeline is a plugin we need that will give you pipeline as a code with Jenkins. So this pipeline plugin is also known as Jenkins plugins or Jenkins pipelines plugin. That's what you need. So it will be there in your system. If not, you can install this particular plugin with the name pipeline. Okay, after you install this plugin, reboot your Jenkins or app, not the whole entire operating system, and you can create one more new job. Let's say this job is called my job pipeline as code 1. But this time, this job won't be freestyle. Freestyle means like a normal job or like a normal stage that you're creating manually. And every job in the future want to change, you again change manually these steps. But here, this job we are creating only to execute the pipeline. So it's a different kind of job we are going to create, and this job is called pipeline. So just like this one. Okay, but this option only come after you install the pipeline plugins. And previously, guys, pipelines is also known as, it was known as workflows. So if you heard the term workflow, it is actually mean pipelines only. So we are going to create a pipeline kind of job. In this job, you will see a very different kind of options going to come up that is not there in the freestyle. If you go for OK, you can see there's a very different option going to come up. Okay, especially you can see there's one pipeline option in the tab, it's there. And here they ask you, okay, tell me where the pipeline script is. Good thing is you can directly copy the code here also. The entire code, what you created, you can also copy it directly here and run. Okay, just for testing purposes is good. But typically in the real world, we don't do in this way. In the real world, my developer create a code and they upload in the GitHub. Okay, so my Jenkins file, pipeline code is there in my GitHub. So mostly we in the real world, we use this option called pipeline script, means pipeline is a code from SCM. Which SCM you want to use? In my case, I want to use GitHub. What is the repository of the GitHub where this code is available? So repository name is this one. This is the repository we have. So this is the repository we want to have. Okay, this is not private, so we don't need to give any credential. In this repository, where your code located, my code located in a branch called master. Right? Sometimes in GitHub, somebody said the main branch also. Okay, but in my case, is master. So you can write over here in the branch, master branch. If you have different branch, you can give the different branch name. But by default, they have the master branch. That's all, guys. That's all the things you have to do. Okay, and this is again one-time setup. This part is a one-time setup. Okay, and here, guys, the by default file they pick from this list is Jenkins file with J is capital. Okay, and that's what they by default pick, same name, because this name is standard, so they give this name by default. But if you have file with a different name, you can create. Okay, what a name you create here, same you can update here. Or if you have file in some other folder, so give the path to the folder, to this file. Okay, and let me save. So guys, now your pipeline has been created. That is being created by pipeline as a code. Pipeline as a code. Okay. Now, if I run this code, what will do? What happened? The way I explained to you. Again, this one-time setup. Okay, but when I run this job will download this entire file right now. But they only look for this particular file, and in this file they see the code, and this particular job will run this code. So running the pipeline as a code, again, we need a job. Again, this is the one-time setup. In the future, this job can be automated. How? With the help of triggers. What trigger? The same trigger what you have seen till date. So in the pipeline code, we can add triggers here. The pipelines, on the top of pipeline, we can set the triggers. So they keep on checking the poll SCM the way I explained to you. And as soon as the new code come up or new Jenkins file code come up, this job automatically runs. So one-time setup, and in the future, this job will keep on running forever. It means we don't have to log in. My developer don't have to log in. Any new deployment come up, any new app come up, as soon as my code uploaded, my Jenkins file also uploaded, and Jenkins file is fully responsible to do a fully end-to-end automation. Now it is just a game of your artistic mind, how well you organize your code in the Jenkins file. And this is a very basic example of Jenkins file, just to give you the high level idea of how the code look like. Okay. But in my next classes, I will take this topic in very detail. Lots of powerful advanced code we are going to build, but this is the base you should know. Okay, so let me build this. If I have some syntax error in my code, it will fail, otherwise it will run. Okay, now they are downloading the code from GitHub. After download my Jenkins file, this job will find the Jenkins file, and guess here, now they start building this job. Now here they give this look and feel, and this entire pipeline they created. Okay, and here they're using declarative because we use a declarative language of Groovy. Okay, and because I created okay, 3-stage SCM, so same stage name come up here. This stage take this much millisecond to run. Then we run deploy stage and test stage. So this kind of look and feel gonna come up. They give this kind of view, and if you want to see what is there in SCM stage, there is a log here. You take the mouse, click on the log. They will tell you in this stage you have 2 steps, and both the steps are run successfully. So this stage print this message, this stage will print this message, or they do something else for you. This stage will print deploy my code, and this stage will do something else, test my final value. So my one single go without any error. That's nice. Our pipeline has been built. Okay, and if I go to console output, this is what the output we download from here. By chance they run on the slave agent. I asked to run on one of the agents, so they picked that particular agent to run. That's a different point. We can also tag. We can also run that particular in Docker, or declarative, dynamic slave also. I'll show you how. But there's an entire output of all the. So this here they start the pipeline from the Jenkins file, and they run this stage. This is the steps. Then the deploy stage, this is the output, and then the test stage, this is the output they run for us. Okay, now this is the point. Now if I go to my pipeline, okay, so this is the pipeline we have created. Now in this pipeline, if I go again inside, okay, in this particular one, they have their own workspace. Okay, so in this pipeline, if you have downloaded any code, in my case, if we have downloaded actually, so we can find from here. So these are the two files, we downloaded, that is there, we can find. Okay, now one more thing we can do here in this pipeline, let me configure something, some trigger. The way I'm doing Paul SCM, that I'm running this trigger every minute. It means every minute they go to this account, anything you change, they say change here, they will download again, and again they will rerun the pipeline. Okay, so I'm also writing this setup here. So every minute they will go and download. Now that's all. You will set up this part and log out from here. Now you don't have to as such go inside the Jenkins. That's a powerful thing. So without let me say something. Let me close this. That's all. Now you don't have to go to Jenkins. Without going to Jenkins, everything you can manage and control by one single system where developer is sitting from here. Everything you can control from here. How? Whatever code you want to change, you can change. But whatever pipeline you want to configure, you can configure. For example, I would like to do something in my pipeline. Okay. And let's say I want to add one more stage. My stage may be deploy to production. That's all. And this is my final web app to production. We are just printing right now, but we'll add some real steps. Okay. You save this file, new stage you created, obviously you can change something somewhere. Okay. And that's all. As soon as you push your file, automatically pipeline run. You don't have to work in the Jenkins, right? Your developer will complete controlling from their system. Even though let me show you the real time. Where's my Jenkins actually? Literally shut down. Okay, not shut down. I just log out and not this one. Let me get the IP of my master. So this was my pipeline. So this pipeline, guys, is not yet run from last couple of minutes. Okay, 5 minutes ago they run, because nothing is there in the SCM. But as soon as I push my code, sorry, again, I have to update. If there's some file changes, I have to do git commit. Okay, more changes in pipeline to production. So giving some commit messages and then uploading my code to GitHub. Now within a minute, my Jenkins detected by Paul SCM trigger, some new code comes to GitHub. Okay, and they automatically start building the pipeline. And whatever change you do in the pipeline, it will automatically update there. Okay, so the minute you see this will happen automatically. Okay, but everything is automatically happening, but the control of the entire end-to-end pipeline from CI/CD perspective, continuous integration to continuous delivery and the deployment is completely gone by your DevOps culture. Okay, now it's all depend upon the role and responsibility in the company to whom you give. There's a different point, but it's completely gone by this. See, guys, second automate start, and you'll see in a minute they are downloading, getting the new thing, and new pipeline started. Okay, and there you will see some more new, see here this new one also come up. Okay, so there's the whole idea, and the console output, you will see guys this output and production also come up. Okay, that's the one point. Guys, again, commit message also come in sometime in the log. It's always good to have proper commit messages. So something fail not working, at least you can see if commit message what commit message we have. Okay, so that is the one thing, and this is the workspace. Whatever we download in this particular job ID. Every job has ID or pipeline has ID that we can, in this job ID, we have this particular data. Now it's up to you or what you want to do. Okay, with this job. For example, let's say, even though I want to show you one more interesting thing. Okay, right now I use echo command here in my pipeline. Echo command. It looked like a Linux command. Okay, that print, but technically this echo command is not actually here. Is a Linux command. Is a Groovy DSL predefined keyword. Like agent is a predefined keyword, pipeline is a predefined keyword, step is one predefined keyword. Similarly, echo is also one predefined keyword. That is same meaning that Linux command has, print, but it's a predefined keyword. Okay, because you declare language, by this we are declaring to the Jenkins or by Groovy that we want to print this. Okay. Similarly, we have multiple different keywords available for different use cases. If you want to download something of Git, we have a different keyword available. The actual Linux command is git clone or git pull, but Groovy has given you a different command altogether. Okay, they're their own commands, the Groovy DSL commands or declarative commands. So you want to do something in Docker, you want to deploy something, artifact create, email sending, build, right? Everything they have a given different commands. Okay, those commands you should know. How can you know this command? You can go and see the DSL pipe Jenkins Groovy documents. So we search for Jenkins Groovy, okay, DSL documentation. From here you can find all the commands. And guys, we will refer this document a lot in the future classes to know their commands that is there inside the steps. Okay, so we can find lots of commands for multiple different things. Okay, this is one of the way. We'll see how to use this. Or other way would be, that is a straightforward and simple way, is called pipeline syntax. So if you click on the pipeline syntax, okay, they will take you this page. Okay, and this will help you to generate snippets, means your code. So whatever code you write in the pipeline, they will help you to generate. So the way we write the code, they will help you to generate this code automatically. For example, if you want to add some step, and you don't know what command we have to use. So just here, they give you a lot of simple examples. For example, you want to do print something. Maybe here you can find somewhere, print in something, input something, mail something, right? So they give you have to just go and find. They give you some direct way to create. For example, I want to do something with my Git. So let's say this is echo. Okay. So if you click here and just type the message, I say hello. And if you click generate, they will generate a script for you. See here, generate. This is exactly what I write here. By chance, we know the echo command, local Linux command, but technically this echo here is not actually Linux. This is come from Groovy keyword and their own syntax. Maybe they might have different syntax, but from here you can get it. For example, if I say I want to download some Git code, okay, from somewhere. So how can you download? So for this, we know the git clone command. Okay, but here we can just go and find what is Groovy DSL commands. You can see here Git. And here they're asking what is the URL you want to use. For example, let's say I have one GitHub, and one example that we used in the last class is called Maven. Okay, this one. So this is a URL I want to download. I'll just copy this URL. Okay, and in this URL, where I have my Java code actually, Java app actually, that's what I used my last class. I type here. Can you tell me your branch name? In my case, my branch is master, but if you have any other branch also, right, you can type your branch name. Or if you have any credentials, you can type. Okay, and based on this information, they will automatically generate a code for you. Even there is no such information here, but if let's say your branch is different, let's say your branch is feature branch. So based on this, they will generate a different script. Here they add this keyword, this keyword. So it's not a guys Git command, right? Git doesn't support this syntax. This is the Groovy DSL internal keywords. And in the Groovy pipeline, this is the one step. Okay, but I said, and my step is master. Master is by default, so they don't write here. So they give you in this way. So this will be one of my steps. Okay, so I will write this. This is one of my steps. So whenever this stage run SCM, I will do two steps. So first, I print the message that we are pulling the code for Java app, and how to pull this is the line we write. That's all. So that's why, guys, we keep on as the requirement. We keep on going. We first time, sometime we take the help from here. We take the help from document. I have some information with me. All the information to plug together, and we can keep on building a lot of powerful pipeline code. Okay, so let me again commit this to Java app. I'm just committing this new file and again pushing, and you will see as soon as you push, you will have new pipeline run automatically because we have built triggers. Okay, and you will see they will download this code. After download this Java code, what do you want to do? You want to build the code. Okay, then you want to deploy the code. You want to run the code. All the things you can do. Okay, let's this guy do this thing for you. I'm waiting 1 minute to be complete. So waiting this code to be complete. Again, there's lots of customizing we can do here, right? Third is started. If you see here, we can add the parallel, we can pass the parameter, send the parameter here and there, retry, timeout, multiple different kind of inputs we can take, for multiple conditions we can write, tons of things we can do here, right? So next class we will talk more in this, but this is the this I'm just wanted to give the idea what is happening. Now on third, this entire pipeline created. In this pipeline, okay, this code where we find the Jenkins files. But this Jenkins file is a pipeline, and this pipeline is asking to download sorry, the Java code. Okay, and then remaining things they do. And everything, guys, they store in the workspace. In this workspace, you will have this entire Java code with you, what you see in the last class. After having Java code, what you want to do? Okay, let me change something in my code. And before this, I can use the pipeline syntax, and we can see, does we have anything ready to build? This is called Maven. Okay, we can go and find, does we have anything ready to build or Maven? Let me check very quickly. We have for and, does we have anything for Maven? It's not look like this they have. At least we know the Maven command, right? We know the Maven command. For building the Maven, the command is Maven even the build a job is one options they have. Okay. No job to configure, which project to build. So there's a different kind of setup they have. Okay, so which project to build. But let's say we don't have Maven kind of keyword available. Maybe we can install something, right? Maybe you can see here quickly Maven. So guys, we'll talk more about in the upcoming class, right? I don't want to go for this direction right now, but let's say we know how to build. We have a Maven command, we know mvn package command, and this is a command that we run in the command line. So if I go to my slave system, why I'm going to slave? Because right now a pipeline, if you see, my pipeline is running on the agent, and my agent right now is slave, Linux slave. Okay, so this slave, if you go, so in this slave we have the Maven installed already. That is a minimum requirement. You guys know we discussed already. So let me check. So if you want to package something, we need a Maven command. We have this Maven command. You know the command is a Maven package. But if you know the command, but how can run the command? Because if this is normal command prompt, we can run the command, right? But how you can run the command here? So here in the pipelines code, if you see the syntax, okay, if you have any command, if you want to run the command in your shell, then we have a keyword available, okay, and the keyword name that is available in our case is sh. So let me show you. This is the shell script. So if you have any script or any command you want to run, then this is the script available. And let's say I want to run a command called maven clean and package. This command you know, okay, or any other commands, you type your entire script and generate that command. That's all. Okay, so this is a groovy DSL keywords. Okay, so what I'm doing here, I'm going to type in my next tab this command. Let's say this is not deploy, and let me give the different name. This is my build step. Okay, so this command is the one of the step we are running. Okay. Now we are going to commit this build push. So as we progress, we as per the requirement of the project, now I think you got the idea. We keep on. The only thing you should know is your steps. Okay, how many jobs you want, how many stages you want, that's your planning, your team planning. Okay, in the steps, how many steps you have, that's your team planning. Okay, but in the terms of automation, your Jenkins file or pipeline code or Jenkins will do for you. Okay, for this you have to create a code, but before this you should have plan with you, right? Without plan, how we can create the code? Code will create only obviously after the plan. So now we have the plan. Accordingly, my code starts. They're running somewhere. Okay, and here if you see in the real time, okay, my code has been downloaded from this one. So stage 1 completed, and over to stage 2, Maven starts building. Okay, Maven part done successful. That is very nice. You are created and successful, right? And if you see here in the workspace, in the target folder, your app created. Now, final thing, what we normally do, okay, after my app created, we want to run it again. For running, let's say this is my my deploy. Okay, for deploy again, I can run the command sh, and the actual command on my Linux is called jar. That's what command I show you already. And in my target folder, whatever my app name is, start, I want to run it. This is what we have discussed already in our job classes, right? Okay, so this is one more step we have created. Okay, and this is one thing, and let me commit this, deploy, and again push. Now guys, whatever we have done in the last class, there was the manual slave setup. Then we go for dynamic slave setup. Okay, but that was only the manual job creation, right? But here today, the job is going to create automatically. Okay, entire job is creating automatically. My build pipeline getting automatically, and it's been completely gone and controlled by our developers. Okay, that is our happening here, right? So we have SM stage, then you have build stage. Okay, after building, then whatever the name we give automatically come up here. Deploy stage, my deployment done, everything successful. That's nice. If you go to deployment, if you see the log, there's a hello world come up from this command. That means my entire build was very much successful. Successful. And normal practice is, okay, if you want to build this project, so the same project maintain the Jenkins files. Okay, so the same project maintains Jenkins files also, and same project maintain your code also. Yeah, in my example, I created two different repositories of GitHub. This repository, what I show you, is maintaining Jenkins files, and this repository maintaining Java code. Good practices in same repository, you can maintain both, and both the side you can give the same URL. Okay, so this Jenkins file is incomplete. In this case, it's just a demo example we have. Okay, but that is a good better practice. So this Jenkins file you should be put in this folder. That makes more logical sense. Okay, so that is always one idea of the Jenkins. In this case, right now you're running in the agent, but agent can be dynamic also. So how can you run your code in the dynamic agent, okay, or the dynamic slave node, and how can you customize more in this file the way you want to do? So I'm going to show you in this way. I will show in this way that any kind of use case you will have, you will create your Jenkins file. But today is actually a kickstart. Start from very basics. You at least feel the idea what is pipeline as a code. And not today, in my next class, I will take this topic to the next level. Lots of things gonna come up here, and a lot of syntax also gonna come up here. So that's all, guys. Very important class. I believe you got the idea and get the clarity what exactly the pipeline is a code. But the most important thing is the right use case, where you should use it. It's not like that randomly anywhere you can use. So if you have this kind of plan, the way I explain you about how to develop a style and other things, then this is the great way to do. So all the tasks, guys, I have given you previously. For example, I have given you one task of machine learning. Those who know, now try to do with pipeline as a code. When on the pipeline, your machine learning code download, then you set up the machine learning environment, then you create the model, then you test the model. Okay, it will be like more like a MLOps, machine learning with DevOps. Okay, so those who know machine learning, you can try with this kind of pipeline, go and create as again further homework, and any other field you guys related with, you can try to do with your own use cases on the top of this. So I just need, I think around 2 more classes I need, guys. Okay, means next weekend also we will meet. Okay, but yeah, so next classes will be more on pipeline and some other concept of Jenkins like security we will discuss, but these are the main topic we're gonna cover with different use cases we will start touching. Okay, so that's all. Any query if you have, I just want to conclude today's class. Any query if you have, you guys can ask me. John, there is no file format. The file name is called Jenkins file without any extension. There's no .txt without any extension. But you can give the extension, doesn't matter. But whatever file name you give with extension, you to put in your job pipeline jobs. But normal market standards, we write Jenkins files without any extensions. Okay. Wow, great session. Thank you very much. So guys, I believe this is no further query I can able to see here. That's all I believe. Just practice this code with this example. and this particular pipeline code, very, very important topic. And see you guys. What is agent any? Again, agent any means any of the agent that is free, a slave agent, run the job there. Okay, in my case, I have only one single agent, slave agent, so they run the job there. But we can fix it, particular agent, how we'll see in the next classes. Yes, Sunil, we might come soon with AWS DevOps session, global one, right? Right now, CSA is going on. I think you should be part of it. We've got a core concept of main concept of AWS we're going to cover there, yeah. But DevOps also we are coming soon as a global trend, AWS DevOps. So that's all, guys. See you in the next class. Bye. Take care. Good and good night. Bye. See you.